Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 13 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 239. The home residence of the Kumi family's head was a lavish walled estate with multiple buildings, rock, sand, and grass gardens, a clear pond with fish, several majestic fruit-bearing trees, and meticulously maintained courtyards. A peaceful serenity permeated throughout the estate, which added to the estate's charm. But the 24 men dressed in tacky tracksuits lounging around really broke the ambience. "It's a beautiful place," Gaku said to the woman escorting the group. Unlike the men, she was dressed in a tasteful hakama and had her hair tied up in an elegant bun. She smiled politely, thanked him for his compliment, and provided some historical facts about the estate. Takuma ignored Gaku's attempt to flirt with the woman and observed the Kumi men. He didn't know if this was normal, but seeing that they were standing around with weapons, it was clear they were waiting for them. He glanced back at Motohiro, Wada, and Maiachi. They were a couple paces behind him, still fearful from before. He didn't mind it. Motohiro needed time to recover. As they approached the main building, a young man of less than 20 broke away from one of the groups. He was a skinhead, had his jacket wrapped around his waist, and walked with a strut with his hands in his pockets. Takuma sighed when he saw they were on the same path, set to collide, and realized this was going to be some stupid power play to assert Kumi family's authority over them. As Takuma expected, the young man shoulder-checked him. The next moment, the young man shot down to the ground with enough force to knock the air out of his lungs, as though he had been slammed by a rampaging bull. Takuma stared down at the young man as he extended his arm to help him up. However, it seemed the young man wasn't pleased as he slapped away the hand and spat curses. If Arisu was with him, she would have stopped him and managed the situation before it escalated. Unfortunately, she wasn't with him, and he responded the best way he thought for the scenario. "Watch where you're walking. Who the fuck do you?" He didn't let him complete as he grabbed the young man by his collar and smashed him in the face with a light punch that knocked him cold before he hit the ground. "You!" Gaku looked up at Takuma from the young man and back to Takuma in stunned surprise. Takuma shrugged. "Fuck around and find out." The aftermath was predictable. The Kumi family men erupted when they saw one of their own go down and charged at the group with their weapons drawn. Motohiro, Wada, and Maiachi looked absolutely terrified, while the Kumi family woman gasped in surprise and quickly stepped away from the group to not get caught up in the brawl about to break out. "I do not want to do this," Gaku sighed and rubbed his face. Takuma watched the mob running toward him and considered throwing an explosive tag, but recognized that it would be a bloodbath with limbs coming off, and decided that a good old-fashioned beating would be enough. Enough! However, before anything could start, a loud voice ripped through the estate, stopping all Kumi family members in their tracks. It was so loud that it hurt his ears. Standing just outside the main building was a man in his early 30s, dressed in a simple attire of shirts and pants. He had long hair, dignified features, and an athletic build. The Kumi family men hushed their ruckus and held their weapons down when they saw the man. Takuma and Gaku exchanged looks. "He is Jian, the son of the Kumi's head," Maiachi whispered to Gaku. "Let's go," said Takuma and walked forward. The crowd parted to give Takuma the space, all the while glaring at him. He ignored them all and kept his attention at Jian. "May I know why you attacked one of my men?" Jian asked, his somber tone but with his displeasure hidden. "Do all of your men attack guests first?" Takuma answered with a question. Jian's brows furrowed and called out to one of his men. A tracksuit-wearing middle-aged man rushed to Jian's side. Takuma recognized the man. "Did that brat attack them first?" Jian asked. The middle-aged man cleared his throat before spouting an explanation of events which, while true, portrayed them in a way that made it seem like Takuma was at fault. However, Jian saw through that twisted explanation without Takuma needing to interject. "Knock some sense into him when he wakes up," said Jian with a stern look casted toward the middle-aged man. He then turned to Takuma. "Youngsters can be impulsive and reckless, you must understand. I hope you won't take offense. Takuma didn't miss Giant implying that he saw him as a kid. I understand, he smiled. Of course, I have complete control over my people, but I won't blame you for your inability to keep your men in check. It's not something everyone can do. A rigid smile crept on Giant's face. Takuma had hit a nerve. Giant was already in his 30s and the torch of leadership hadn't been passed on from the older generation, and he was still son of Kumi's head. And from the looks of it, it bothered Giant. Please, let's head inside. Father is waiting for you. They were led to a large tatami room where an old man, the Kumi family's head, Hashiguro, sat at the head's position with 6 lieutenants, including Giant, sat beside him. There were a few bodyguards who stood near the walls and kept a vigilant eye on Takuma and his group. Your name is Takuma, isn't it? You looked older in that sketch of yours. A woman set down sitting cushions for the group, but before Takuma could sit down, Hashiguro broached the topic he knew would come up. There truly wasn't anyone who hadn't seen the posters. Takuma didn't reply immediately and made himself comfortable. It's one of my names, yes, said Takuma, but I'd appreciate if you address me as Toby. That's what I'm using currently. Hashiguro had a full head of gray hair, wrinkled skin, and eyes that reflected the experience of an old man of his age. Though his kimono hid his body, Takuma could sense that Hashiguro wasn't frail by any means, and from what he had witnessed outside from Giant, he suspected he knew the reason behind it. I must say, I'm surprised to know that the Kumi family has shinobi in their ranks, said Takuma. When Giant had commanded the mob to stop, his voice had clear signs of sound amplification using chakra. Takuma was surprised to find another shinobi in you who wasn't Gaku or an enemy. He observed the Kumi people in the group. There wasn't any way to identify if someone was a shinobi other than a sensory nin's chakra senses, but he guessed that there were multiple in the room. Oh, we aren't, Takuma. Chakra isn't just restricted to shinobi. I'm assuming you're one, said Hashiguro, chuckling. He then looked at Gaku. I know he is one. Gaku smiled. And I'm surprised I didn't know there were others. Hashiguro only returned a smile in response. Takuma knew that chakra didn't belong to shinobi. Samurai were chakra practitioners. And since there were retired and ex-shinobi in the world, there were chakra practitioners who weren't associated with the hidden villages. They couldn't restrict the spread of chakra as there were plenty of groups who practiced it, monks at temples, religious groups, shinobi clans who never joined the hidden villages. However, the hidden villages did limit the spread of jutsu. When the biggest shinobi clans formed the villages, they brought along their vast libraries of jutsu, and they put down the restrictions that jutsu beyond D-rank classification couldn't be copied. They also spread threats that any retired or ex-shinobi would be hunted down if they taught jutsu they learned during their service, which was why rogue shinobi were hunted down with much fervor. You must have bothered quite a bit for them to put your face around the city, said Hashiguro. Takuma didn't miss how Hashiguro called him by his name despite being asked to call him Toby. Like father, like son. I wouldn't be doing my work properly if they weren't bothered. Hashiguro nodded in agreement. So what brings you here? I must admit, I don't know a lot about your group. You've done a good job keeping it a secret. From what Motohiro told me when he was setting this meeting up, your group has a partnership with his group. I only know a little, but I believe I get the gist of it all. You want a similar partnership with the Kumi. Am I correct to believe that? Indeed. The Hidden Steam has sent us to you on the orders of the Hot Waters Daimyo. We're working on liberating the city from the enemy occupation, and we need the community's help. The Kumi family, of course, has a lot of influence in the city, and we would like to use that to our advantage. What are we talking about? Asked Giant. Manpower, connections, information. We would like the Kumi family to be our eyes, ears, and mouthpiece in the city. You can reach into the city and to its people much better than we ever could. We need your help, Takuma answered. The team was about to make some waves in the city, and they needed someone like the Kumi family to ensure that the people didn't misinterpret it. Today, Takuma had been painted as a criminal, villain, an enemy to the city with one poster. he didn't to what extent people would believe it, but the experience told the Kumi family's support could be extremely helpful. "Let's say we help you, what's in it for us?" asked Hashiguro. "You get your city back, isn't that enough?" said Gaku. "If only, but we need more," said Hashiguro, smiling. "We are putting ourselves in danger by associating with the rebellion. We need something to make." Takuma had expected it. The Kumi family weren't nice people, they held their self-interest front and forward before anything. And he didn't blame them, they were indeed putting themselves in danger. Motohiro and his group were quite selfless in their decision to help an unknown group. Fortunately, Takuma had seen this coming and had prepared some benefits for them. He exchanged a look with Gaku, who returned a nod. "We can provide the Kumi family with food, grain, rice, spices, flour, a lot of it, enough to feed your men and their families for a good while," said Takuma, and saw a wave of interest rise up in the room. Hashiguro, the lieutenants, and the bodyguards all looked interested and pleased with the offerings. Food was valuable, and even though the higher-ranking members would have no problem procuring food with their wealth and influence, the same couldn't be said about their lower-level members. That was sure to create some tension and dissatisfaction in the organization. One moment the Kumi family were kings with mighty influence, but the next moment, they had fallen down and they couldn't even eat properly. Takuma was giving them an opportunity to fix a major problem in their organization, and the leadership in the room understood it. And finally, Takuma decided to give them a deal they couldn't refuse. "When the time comes, we will assassinate the higher-ups from the Goharu family." The moment he said that, the atmosphere in the room changed drastically. The Kumi family can regain their former place in you, and who knows, even surpass it. To be honest, the Goharu family higher-ups were going to die for their traitorous actions by supporting the enemy. But by claiming that they were doing it for the Kumi family, they had turned that into an offer too valuable for them to refuse. He was offering to take out their competition and free the field so they could rise up again. "So, how about it?" he asked. The lieutenants glanced at each other and they looked like they wanted to jump at the offer while looking they didn't believe what Takuma had just offered. They then looked at their leader. Hashiguro started unblinkingly at Takuma, who couldn't see through the old man's poker face. Because he wasn't lying, he allowed Hashiguro to stare all he wanted. "That's quite something," said Jian, clearing his throat, trying to hide his surprise from the stacked offer presented to them. "We will consider it and get back." "You have the Kumi family's support," said Hashiguro, still staring at Takuma. "Father?" Jian was taken aback, the other lieutenants shared his expression. They were surprised that he had agreed so quickly without even discussing the offer with others. Hashiguro ignored them and spoke to Takuma. "If you can fulfill those promises, you'll have the unequivocal support of the Kumi family." "That's nice to know," Takuma smiled, pleased about Hashiguro's quick decision. He expected them to haggle for more things like assassinating someone from the Goharu family immediately, so not getting that request raised his impression of Hashiguro. "I look forward to this. However, I have one condition," said Hashiguro. Maybe he was quick to raise his impression, thought Takuma. "And what might that be?" "I want you to prove that you're capable of doing what you promised." Takuma held back a sigh. There it was. He was sure that Hashiguro was about to ask him to assassinate someone from the Goharu family. However, what came out of Hashiguro's mouth was completely unexpected. "I want you to fight my son. If you win, you'll have our full support." Chapter 240. Without fail, every single person in the estate gathered around a wide courtyard to watch the bout between the outsider, who everyone was surprised to see was a kid, and Jian, the head son and a Kumi top lieutenant. Most didn't know the reason behind the fight, which caused rumors to pop up among the Kumi members and the staff. The biggest rumor was that the outsider was Hashiguro's illegitimate child who had come to challenge Jian, the legitimate son, for the position of the next Kumi head. Jian looked at the gathered people, irritated about their conversations and whispers about the fight. This wasn't a circus act they could watch casually. He glanced at his father, who was sitting on his personal chair that he had brought along everywhere, sipping tea with snacks. He couldn't understand why his father would have him fight the Tobi/Takuma kid. Was it a test for Takuma or was it for him? He looked at Takuma standing on the other side of the courtyard, chatting with Gaku. The lack of worry on his face irked Giant. The history of the Kumi family extended back to the days of his grandfather. In his youth, he was taken under the wing of an old shinobi who taught them the mysteries of chakra in exchange for booze. Along with Giant's grandfather, the old shinobi also taught his friend, who would then go on to find the Goharu family. Once upon a time, the two students were attached by the hip and used their new powers to take over you. However, when the old shinobi died, the two friends had a falling out over his belongings, especially the ninjutsu scrolls and his possession that the old shinobi hadn't allowed them to learn. In the end, they fought and split the ninjutsu scrolls between them. And from then onwards, the Kumi and Goharu family were found in you. The founders learned the ninjutsu they had taken and taught their children how to use chakra and passed along the ninjutsu. However, that changed when Hashiguro and his Goharu family counterpart taught their most trusted people how to use chakra, but they kept the ninjutsu only for their children. In the Kumi family, all 6 lieutenants and a dozen more people knew how to use chakra, but only Hashiguro and Giant knew ninjutsu. Giant was the strongest fighter in Kumi. His father was much more experienced, but he had gotten weaker with age, leaving Giant as the strongest. In fact, he was stronger than his Goharu family counterpart, who had already become the Goharu family head. However, he couldn't help but worry about the fight. The poster claimed that Takuma was a hidden leaf shinobi. Even though he was far from most shinobi involvement and hidden steam's move away from traditional shinobi village system, Giant knew that the Hidden Leaf Village was one of the 5 great shinobi villages. From the stories he had heard, they were extremely dangerous. And the scars on Takuma's arms and legs were worrying. But he also thought that Takuma was just a kid. Whereas he was in his prime and at his strongest because he had increased his training since the U had been invaded so that he could protect his family. He would win this fight, thought Giant, and saw his wife standing behind his father with their 10-year-old twin children. His wife looked worried while the twins looked excited. He directed a smile toward her to relax her. He also caught his father gazing at him. He still couldn't perceive what his father wanted from him, but he knew that he had to perform. Everyone important in the Kumi family was present to watch the fight, and a loss in front of them would be a blow to his reputation as the strongest man in you. Perhaps a victory against a hidden leaf shinobi would convince his father to pass the seat of leadership to him. Yoshi, the current leader of the Goharu family, had always been his rival since they were little children, and Giant had always beaten him at everything, and yet, Yoshi was already the Goharu family's leader while he was still serving under his father. Even his father had gotten the control of the Kumi family from grandfather at a younger age than Giant. Are both sides ready? Hashiguro's voice echoed in the courtyard. Giant and Takuma stepped to the center of the courtyard, facing each other. Hashiguro looked at the people around the courtyard. The courtyard was large, but with how shinobi fought, the area could quickly become not big enough for the two fighters. This could get out of hand quickly, you might get injured. He warned them, but not one person moved from their place, excited about spectating the fighting. He chuckled in amusement before looking at the two fighters and raised his hand to gesture. You may start. The moment Hashiguro announced the start, Giant exploded forth with his sword biting down towards Takuma, who effortlessly sidestepped the strike. Giant's eyes shrunk when he saw a kunai suddenly appear in Takuma's hand. He barely moved his head to dodge the kunai slicing for his face. He felt the cold metal brush through his hair, chopping a few strands from the side of his head. He immediately retreated to put some distance between them. Takuma was quicker and kicked him in the knee, destroying his balance. Giant stumbled back, forced to kneel to regain his balance. He looked up to see Takuma skip forward and swing down his kunai. He raised his sword just in time to block the kunai from shearing his chest open. The impact made a grating sound, and beneath it he felt like an iron beam had fallen on his sword. His face turned red, his arm trembled, and he could barely stop his grip on the sword from failing as his body was forced to shrink under the tremendous force. How could someone generate so much power? The moment Takuma raised his kunai for another strike, Giant got himself up on his feet. As he took a step back, Takuma launched a spinning kick at his hand, knocking the sword out of his grip. The sword went flying off, stabbing the ground near the edge of the courtyard, making the spectators jump in fright. All of Giant's instincts screamed at him to go after his sword, but reasoning prevailed and he put as much distance as possible between them. The decision was right because the moment he moved, Takuma took a step toward the sword's direction. If he had chased after the sword, he would have been intercepted and forced to be on the defensive. Sweat trickled down Giant's face. He could hear the cheers of his people urging him on to win. He swallowed as he watched Takuma slowly move in between him and the sword. If his heartbeat was to be trusted, it was telling him that Takuma was dangerous. In the short few seconds, he had not only been disarmed, he had also been forced to kneel. If he wanted a chance to win this battle, he had to use ninjutsu, thought Giant. Ninjutsu were special moves used only when it was absolutely necessary. That was something drilled into his mind since the day his father had first taught him ninjutsu. The hidden steam shinobi couldn't and didn't stop people from chakra, but they were extremely strict when it came to people learning ninjutsu. There was a real danger that if the news got out that there were people unassociated with the hidden steam using ninjutsu, the shinobi would come to get rid of them. Both Goharu and Kumi understood that threat and had unspoken rules to bar the use of ninjutsu. It was never a problem as only 4 people from both families knew ninjutsu, and the enhanced physiques provided by chakra was more than enough power anyone needed in you. Giant glanced at his father, hoping that he would get permission to use ninjutsu. Hashiguro looked at him and nodded. Giant felt a wave of exhilaration shoot through him. This had to be a sign that his father wanted to see his all, his best, so he could judge if he was ready, which he absolutely was. His confidence soared as he stood up straighter. Usually, he only used ninjutsu in training, which he had to do in secret away from others' eyes. But he always wanted to use them in actual fights. It was such a waste to have powerful tools and not use them. Now, he had the chance to not only use it in a fight, but also showcase his true power in front of his people. Kids, watch your father, Giant thought with bravado as he raised his hand to form hand seals for the ninjutsu called Fire Release 2. The jutsu made 2 long fire claws extend out from the knuckle region in both hands with power to cut through metal ropes. They could easily rip and burn through a body like it was nothing. It had taken him half a decade of practice to perfect the jutsu. He remembered how invincible he had felt when he had killed an adult bear. The animal that would rip through 10 men with ease had fallen dead at his feet. It was the ninjutsu which made him the strongest man in you. But as he formed the hand seals, Takuma threw his kunai toward him. Giant, utterly surprised, broke his hand seals as he evaded the kunai by jumping to the side. "Fuck!" Giant cursed. Before he could even shift his feet properly, Takuma dashed forth and was already before him. Giant had never seen anyone or anything move so fast. He heard Takuma whisper, "So you can use jutsu?" Faster than anything Giant could react to, Takuma's fist dug into his liver. It knocked all the air out of his lungs and he immediately spat out blood. He didn't think it was possible to feel so much pain. The next moment, a sharp elbow smashed into his shoulder, forcing him to his knees. If Giant wasn't already more prone, a quick jab to his throat did the trick. The panic of not being able to breathe and the pain spreading through his body clashed against each other. He swayed in his vision blurred. He tried to lock on Takuma but couldn't catch the foot before it smashed into the side of his face. The last thing Giant heard as he fell to the ground unconscious was the sound of his twins crying and screaming. Takuma breathed out as Giant's body hit the ground. Before he could even relax, the courtyard erupted as 24 men charged at him with their weapons. He had angered everyone by thrashing the head son. Ah, geez. Takuma put his hands up as he saw 3 men who were faster than everyone else and instantly recognized them to be chakra practitioners and that they were the Kumi family lieutenants. As he planned how to take down the mob in the most efficient and painless manner, Hashiguro's loud and piercing, chakra-laden voice ripped through the courtyard. "Stop!" Most followed the order, but some didn't. One of them was a lieutenant's. He looked to be Giant's age, making Takuma speculate that they were friends and he wanted some sort of revenge. However, the friend was far too sloppy for Takuma's standards. He took a step forward, closing the distance before the friend expected and front kicked him in the stomach. The friend flew back, crashed into 4 people, taking them all to the ground. Takuma looked around for Gaku to find him waiting down at him with a smile from the roof. He sighed and then looked at Hashiguro, who had gotten up and walked toward him. But faster than Hashiguro was a woman who rushed past him and arrived by Giant's side full of worry. She glared at Takuma and put her body between him and Giant. "Your husband will be fine, ma'am." Takuma guessed the woman's identity and tried to comfort her. "He'll be up soon. I didn't break any of his bones, so with a little rest and some ice for the swelling, he'll be good as new." The wife wasn't comforted at all and was about to scream at him but turned away when she saw Hashiguro arrive and instead ordered 2 men to carry her husband. "What purpose did this serve?" Takuma asked Hashiguro. Hashiguro watched Giant being carried away before answering. "Once in my youth, I fought a real shinobi. My son thinks himself to be strong, but he doesn't realize that he's only a frog in the well. It was the most terrorizing experience of my life, but I'm glad I had it. Giant didn't have that experience, and I simply wanted him to have that experience before this city turns into a battlefield." He looked at Takuma with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "When big nations with great shinobi villages like yours wage against each other, smaller nations like mine are unwillingly made into their battlefields. I knew that this city would turn into a battlefield the day it was invaded by shinobi." Chapter 241. A group of workers busied themselves in the Goharu family's drug house, packaging the crushed brown crystal powder of heroin into bricks and small packets. The packets were tagged with an umbrella insignia and the workers wore leather gloves and had long scarves wrapped around their faces to reduce their contact with the drugs. The number of workers had doubled recently from the increase in business from the Hidden Frost Shinobi army occupying the city. Not only were they selling their product to the army, it was also being sent into the Land of Frost to be packaged and sold in neighboring nations. Among the workers was a bald man with a stick-like figure in his late 30s. Yamada was one of the new hires. He was previously a carriage driver, but since the city's invasion, he had lost his source of income and had been unemployed for months before he was hired by the Goharu family to work in the drug house. He had never worked with people like the Goharu family and knew the danger associated with those sort of people brought. However, he had a wife, 2 children, and his elderly parents depending on him as the sole breadwinner of the family, and in tough times, he was willing to work anywhere, and the Goharu family was among the few offering work. At the end of his shift, Yamada stepped out of the preparation area. He removed his gloves and scarf before walking to the office in the back, joining the queue in the front of the office to receive his daily pay. The boss in charge of the drug house was Waichi, the brother-in-law of the Goharu family's head. He had a mean reputation which Yamada had found to be true from his experience working in the drug house. Waichi had a tendency to yell at workers when they made even the smallest mistakes and cruelly dock pay for each mistake. He ran the drug house with fear and Yamada always felt like he was walking on a tightrope when the man was around. The line moved up and Yamada could hear Waichi tearing into others for their mistakes, lack of packing speed, too much talking, and every little thing possible. He clutched the hem of his shirt and prayed for a light to talk to. His turn came and unexpectedly, Waichi directly handed him the pay without any nasty words. "Good job, today," said Waichi. Even though it was the bare minimum decorum that should be expected in a place of work, but the words of simple praise made Yamada's heart swell with pride and happiness. He bowed deeply to Waichi, who hummed in approval. "Keep working like today and I might raise your wage." Thank you, sir." After leaving the factory, Yamada went straight to the butcher and bought some meat for dinner even though he couldn't afford it, but he knew that his family would be happy, and as long as he continued to work to the best of his ability, his wage would increase, improving the life of his family. He decided to apply for a double shift twice a week to show initiative. "I'm home," Yamada called with a smile. "Dear, I bought meat from the butcher. Have you started dinner preparation?" The house opened up to a living room where Yamada expected to see his father reading a book, but the room was empty, so he went to the kitchen beside the living room to put down the meat to find it empty. "Where's everyone?" he whispered to himself. Not thinking about it too much, he quickly headed straight to the bigger washroom to take a bath as he did every day since he started working at the drug house. He didn't want to interact with his children with any traces of harmful drugs on him. Upon entering the washroom, he was surprised to see not only was the bath unprepared, the change of clothes his wife prepared every day wasn't present. That's when he realized that the house was too quiet, and when he focused, he heard the faint sound of sobbing from inside his and his wife's bedroom. He instantly recognized his daughter's voice, and a chill went down his spine as 100 bad thoughts exploded in his mind. "Maiko!" He sprinted into the bedroom and had just caught the sight of his parents on the bed holding his children close to them and a figure dressed in black robe with a white robe standing near the bed when another similarly dressed figure tackled him into the wall. "Papa!" Ignoring the pain from being slammed into the wall and the arm pressing against his neck, Yamada looked at his family. They looked utterly exhausted and scared, but didn't seem to have any injuries on them. He noticed that his wife was missing from the room. "Where is Hiromi?" he asked in panic as he was dragged out of the bedroom and thrown onto the living room floor. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Where's my wife? What have you done with her? I swear if one hair on my head is harmed, I will." There were two people dressed in complete black wearing white porcelain masks. Other than their height, their only distinguishing features were their hair, and the patterns on their mask, snake and eagle, and the person standing beside his family had a badger pattern on their mask. "Quiet down, Yamada," said Snake. She had a woman's voice. "Your family is unharmed." "My wife," he tried to get up but Snake kicked him down and kept her foot down on her chest. No matter how much he tried, he could barely shift. "If you don't stop yelling, your wife won't be fine," she said. The sheer casualness with how Snake threatened him sent a spike of fear down his body, bringing his struggling to an end. He shut his mouth and gulped deeply as the weight of the foot on his chest made breathing difficult. "Good. Now that you're listening, let me make something very clear. The safety of your family is firmly in your hands. Follow what we say, and we won't be forced to make them suffer." Snake removed her foot from his chest and took a step back. Yamada immediately pushed himself away from Snake, but could only move a few paces back before Eagle kicked him in the back. "Where is my wife?" he asked from the floor, looking up at intruders. His eyes fluttered to the bedroom, his entire being wanting to go console his crying children. "She's not here. Rest assured, she's completely safe," said Eagle. "Please bring her back, don't hurt her," he begged. His imagination went back to the worst scenarios. The fear of never getting to see her again was too overwhelming. "As we said, the safety of your family is firmly in your hands. We want you to do something only you can do for us," said Snake and threw a sachet filled with brown crystal powder on the ground. One look at the umbrella insignia was enough for him to recognize the Doharu family's mark. He knew it by heart as it was put on all packaged products that went out of the drug house. This is. 2 days ago in the factory base, Takuma sat down with Anko, Kamiko, and Riku for a discussion about poisoning the Hidden Frost shinobi through the drugs they had seized from the wrench gang during the police station bombing. The drug house is small and well protected. Sneaking inside to switch the drugs going to the enemy is technically feasible, but I don't have the confidence to pull it off flawlessly, said Anko. Daikitner had done reconnaissance on the drug house. The guards at the drug house weren't chakra practitioners, which made them non-threats, but the team couldn't knock them out or get rid of them as that would raise alarms later, potentially sabotaging the plan. The building was small and open enough that completing the mission with total stealth was extremely risky. They also didn't know the drug house's interior and which drugs would go to the shinobi, making the switch unreliable. She had asked Takuma for 2 more days to see if she could figure it out, but unfortunately, she still deemed the mission completion without outside help unfeasible without great risk. "Did you find someone?" asked Kamiko. Takuma, sitting across from them on a sheet metal table, nodded. We need someone who has access to the drug house and thus has the required knowledge to know which drugs will go to the enemy, he said. Our new partnership with the Kumi family has already bore fruit. They confirmed that none of the guards are chakra practitioners, and they've given us the information about all the regular workers in the drug house. If the team couldn't do it, they needed someone else to do it, and who better than a worker inside the drug house? He pushed the files he had made on the workers and tapped one of them. I like him the most, he said. Riku opened the file and read. Yamada, wife, 2 children, both parents alive. Has been working in the drug house for nearly 3 months. He's new, she said looking up at him. Previously worked as a carriage driver. No previous association to the Goharu family or any shady organizations. He has a reputation as a family man. We can use him to sneak in the tainted drugs and have him switch them out, said Takuma. Family man, huh, Anko said, taking the file from Ariku. I can work with that. Anko threw down the drug sachet with umbrella insignia on the floor in front of Yamada. This. Can you tell the difference? She asked him. The Kumi family had procured a sample of the Goharu family's product, sachets with the umbrella stamp, but they had to confirm if they were doing something else with the drugs going to the enemy to avoid raising suspicion. As a worker, Yamada nodded. Look at it carefully. Is this identical to what's sent to the shinobi? Pick it up and look at it, she said, urging. Yamada with trembling hands picked up the sachet and observed it after wiping the tears out of his eye. After a few seconds, he once again nodded. Do you want your wife back, Yamada? She asked. Why yes, Yamada nodded rapidly. He groveled at feet, trying to grab her leg while wailing. Please, I'll let my wife go. Anko kicked him back the moment he touched her. Good, because we don't want to hold your wife, she said. To ensure that Yamada would do what they wanted, they had taken his wife hostage. Daiki was with them when they broke into the house, and he had taken her away in a carriage provided by the Kumi family to a safe house also provided by the Kumi family. Here's what we want you to do. We will give you a bag full of sachets, and you have to replace them with the sachets that will be going out to the shinobi. Refusing to do it or lying to us in any way will result in your children never seeing their mother ever again. Yamada looked utterly shocked for a moment, but he hastily nodded after. I'll do it, I will do it. Whatever you want, I will do it, please don't hurt my wife. She has done nothing wrong. I will switch the drugs, so please return her, he was once again crying by the end of it. Switch the drugs and your wife will be back by the time you come back home, said Anko. Please return her now. I will still. This is not a negotiation, Yamada. Anko looked at Kamiko in the eagle mask. Take one of the kids as well, that way the mother won't be lonely. No! I will do it! I will do it! Don't take my children away, Yamada yelled. Great, Anko smiled behind mask. The next delivery is the day after tomorrow, right? Why yes. We will be staying with your family until then. What? I promise we will be good guests. Now go take a shower, you're filthy. Chapter Sad Face 242. Yamada stood at the street corner looking at the drug house in the middle of the street. The intimidating guards he had gotten used to once again looked frightening. He clutched the old, scuffed shoulder bag close to his body. It carried the drugs he was supposed to insert into the delivery going out to the Hidden Frost shinobi. He wasn't able to sleep as he protected his family from the kidnappers in his home. It had been the worst time of his life. Comforting his children asking for their mother was the most difficult and heartbreaking thing he had to do. It hurt to wonder how his wife was being treated and whether she was safe. He took a deep breath and walked toward the drug house, each step heavier than the last. He had to remind himself to keep breathing as he neared the building. Make proper eye contact, loosen your body, and hands off the bag. He recalled Snake's words and realized that he was doing everything wrong. A wave of panic shot through him, but he quickly gathered himself when he thought about his family and stopped for a moment in the middle of the street to follow the instructions before proceeding. His heart was trying to beat out of his chest as he climbed the steps of the building. He stopped in front of the guards and slipped the bag off his shoulder, showing them the contents. "Different bag and no lunchbox today?" the guard asked. "And no, my wife fell ill, and my boy tore my bag while playing," said Yamada, doing his best to keep the shake out of his voice. "And why the clothes?" "There was a set of clothes in the bag which usually wasn't there. I'm meeting a friend afterward. I'm going to change here before meeting him." The guard reached into the bag and Yamada felt his heart come up to his throat. The guard pressed the clothes to check if there was anything underneath and motioned him to go inside when he was satisfied with his search. As Yamada walked past the guards, the tension drained from him and he had to clutch the bag to stop his hands from shaking. The bag was given to him by the kidnappers. It had a false bottom to hide the drugs with a tiny zip to open the hidden compartment with the drugs. The bag was big enough to carry a significant amount of drug sachets, but it didn't catch the guard's attention because his usual bag was just as big as he often used it to carry groceries he purchased after work. Entering the building, he went straight to his seat on the rows of tables and put the bag below his chair. He waited until everyone on the factory line was seated and ready before work started. For the next few hours, Yamada shut down his mind and did his work of stamping the umbrella emblem on the sachet. The worry about his family continued to weigh down, but the mindless work helped alleviate some of the pressure. Though as he worked, he was acutely aware of the bomb sitting beneath his chair that could kill him and endanger his family if discovered. His heart stopped every time one of the supervisors passed by behind him. Eventually, lunch break was announced and everyone headed out to the tea stalls outside with their lunch boxes. "You're not eating, Yamada?" asked one of his fellow workers. "And no, not today," he smiled at them pitifully. Almost immediately, they understood what Yamada was trying to say. With how expensive food was, there were times the workers would often forego food. That wasn't the case for him, but today, he wanted to be in the building during the lunch break for the switch. "Oh well, take care." The workers shuffled out of the stuffy building for lunch. Even the supervisors went out, leaving the building empty for a short time. Yamada knew that he had perhaps 10 to 15 minutes before people started coming back in. He had to move quickly. Very casually, he went to a cupboard in the corner of the room to retrieve one of the duffel bags that were used to deliver the drugs. The readied sachets were piled up in a tray and Yamada transferred them into the bag. This wasn't his duty, but he also knew that no one would mind if he did it. He looked around to confirm no one was in the room before taking out his bag, opening the hidden compartment, and dumping the sachets given to him by the kidnappers into the duffel bag. He knew how many drugs went out to the shinobi every week, and the quantity given to him by the kidnappers made up nearly 3/4 of it. Yamada didn't know what they had done to the drugs, and he didn't want to know, but he could guess they had done something harmful to them. By the time he was done, he was breathing heavily and the tiny zip of the compartment slipped from his hand multiple times as he closed it. When he was done, he quickly returned to his chair, put his bag underneath the seat, and took deep breaths to calm himself. "I've done it," thought Yamada as he wiped his sweat from the end of his scarf. "Oh, you prepared the bag, Yamada?" one of the supervisors asked when he returned from lunch. "Yes, I had nothing better to do," Yamada replied with a smile. The supervisor stopped and gazed at him before smiling widely. "Boss praised you yesterday, didn't he? I'll tell him you're doing good work when he comes in tomorrow to collect the delivery. You'll definitely be getting that promotion." Thank you," Yamada said, trying his best to put on a grateful smile. Yesterday, he would have been elated, but today, all he wanted to do was to return home and get his wife back. Yamada all but ran back home after his work was done. Everything hurt by the time he arrived, but without caring what his neighbors thought about him, he burst into his home to see Snake sitting in the living room. "I did it! Where's my wife?" he yelled with wide eyes, ready to fight if they refused to return her. Behind him, Raccoon entered from the front and closed the door behind her. "No one followed him," she said. Yamada felt a chill go down his spine. He hadn't thought they would have someone follow him, but then he saw a snake slip out of Raccoon's sleeve. "A snake," he exclaimed, darting out of its way. The small serpent slithered to Snake, who picked it up and held it near her ear as though she was listening to the snake. Yamada had a bad feeling that the masked kidnappers were mad, and mad people were already difficult enough to deal with without them being shinobi. He made the switch properly, said Snake before asking him for the bag. Yamada threw the bag at her. When will my wife get home? He looked back at Raccoon to find her staring at him. Snake ignored him and took out 4 random sachets from the bag and dropped some unknown transparent liquid into them. The liquid turned blue the moment it touched the drugs. He didn't know what that meant. He made the switch, she nodded to Raccoon. Raccoon went out of the house from the back entrance and returned a minute later with Yamada's wife in tow. Raccoon removed the black cloth bag from her head and untied the rope tying her hands behind her back. Hanako, said Yamada as he walked toward her. Dear! Hanako's eyes were red and puffy. Her face was pale and she looked utterly exhausted. In one night, she had aged several years. The husband and wife hugged before facing the kidnappers in fear. I have done everything you asked for. Please leave now, said Yamada. Of course, said Snake. But before we leave, I shouldn't need to say it, but no one can know about any of this. Tell your children and parents that your family will be in trouble if this gets out. Yamada nodded fervently. Also, don't quit your job at the drug house, or you'll attract unwanted attention that might get you in trouble with the Goharu family. Yamada felt a pit in his stomach as he understood the implication. The kidnappers were unknown, which was dangerous on its own, but the Goharu family was a known danger. He knew what they were capable of, and what they would do to his family if they found he had betrayed them. For your troubles, said Snake, pointing to 3 jute bags brought in by Raccoon. We don't need it, please take it away, said Yamada. Whatever it was from Shinobi. Snake laughed merrily. Throw it away if you want, but I think you won't. The kidnappers left the home promptly, and for a couple days, Yamada felt like they would return at any moment, though they never did. As for the jute bags, Snake was right, he didn't throw them out. The bags were filled with food that his family desperately needed, and even though he felt uncomfortable, he kept it. For the first time since the team infiltrated the city, Takuma arrived at Chinatsu's house. In the month and a half they had been in Yu, the place had changed so much that it was unrecognizable. Either Chinatsu earned too much money or Anko had blown their mission budget on furniture. Takuma was envious because he had been sleeping in camping bags on top of an old and depressed couch. He sat down on the comfy couch and kicked his legs up on the center table. The team sat around the living room, together for the first time since they had arrived in the city. Are we ready? Takuma asked Chinatsu and Gaku across from him. We are set to meet tomorrow, Gaku replied with a smile. Takuma looked at Chinatsu, the team's star. And what about you? It's just a day's work for me, she said nonchalantly. Chinatsu had been sleeping with a hidden frost chunin for the past 3 weeks. And as it turned out, the chunin had been dealing the Goharu family drugs to the enemy shinobi army. It was a surprise that the shinobi Takuma was tracking and the shinobi Gaku had procured as clients were one and the same, but it made sense because a man who could afford to hire Chinatsu twice a week would be loaded and drug dealing was definitely enough to support his expensive hobby. And what about you? Takuma asked Anko. I'll just follow her lead, Anko sighed, looking at Chinatsu. For the last month and a half, the team had been mostly passive while they prepared, but as they drew closer to the 2-month mark, it was time to start making their move. They had to create chaos in the city to find an advantage the main force could exploit. The main force was set to arrive at the end of the 2nd month, giving them a little over a fortnight to gain the advantage. The first step of that chaos-creating process was to poison a portion of the enemy army using the tainted drugs and then frame the dealers as the culprits. It would seem like the dealer had betrayed the Hidden Frost side by intentionally distributing poison drugs, and the Hidden Frost shinobi would then go after the Goharu family for their role as the suppliers. Not only a portion of the shinobi would be sick, the rest of the shinobi would stop doing drugs due to fear, which, damaging the relationship between the shinobi and the Goharu family and loosening their control over their city. To accomplish that, they needed to abduct the shinobi dealing the drugs, which they were planning to do while he was with Chinatsu, and to fortify the impression of betrayal, they were going to abduct one of the dealer's helpers as well, a genin. For that to happen, Anko, who had been disguising herself as Chinatsu's handmaid, would debut as an escort. Under Gaku's instructions, Chinatsu had managed to convince the shinobi dealer to bring one of his helpers as Anko's first customer. While the two shinobi had their guards down, the team would attack and abduct them. "What if they don't come?" asked Kamiko. "What if, when people start to get sick, he cancels on you to deal with the problem?" "That's a possibility, but I bet they'll still come," said Takuma. "I don't think someone in his position would forego a chance to blow off some steam and get his mind off the whole fiasco. And under stress, he would instinctually bring his favorite with him, helping our narrative." He cracked his knuckles. "Let's light a fire under their asses." Chapter 243. Aranai was a hidden frost chunin who had made a great situation for himself in the city he was occupying as part of a war against the land of hot water. He was making money hand over fist by not only selling drugs to his peers, but also exporting drugs to his home country along with all the food and produce they were diverting from the land of hot water. He had made more money in the past couple months than he had made in the last several years as a shinobi. Money aside, his reputation among his peers had improved considerably as he had become an important source of relaxation and recreation. Most people didn't want to be in a foreign country away from their home, and the drugs helped calm them down and take their minds off the inevitable loneliness. However, as he looked at the dozen shinobi lying down on the infirmary beds, and their extremely sick occupants, he had a feeling those good times were about to end. He recognized every single one of them as his regular customers. The Irionin had confirmed that none of them were going to die, but they would be sick for at least a week and weak for even longer. "There's the star of the day. Come, Aranai. Let's have a chat." He flinched and looked at Ibi, his jonin in command, standing at the end of the hallway. He glanced into the infirmary one final time before following him. They didn't exchange words until they were in his office, but that only had the effect of worsening his nervousness. "I don't have a problem with you selling drugs," said Ibi after they sat down. "In fact, it helps me that you're keeping people in their rooms and away from the city. Their being there always creates trouble with you citizens, which is always annoying to deal with. However, you must admit, putting people in the infirmary is overdoing it. Sure, they won't create any trouble because they can't get out of bed, but we're still in enemy territory, or have you forgotten that, Mr. Businessman?" Aranai sat straight in his chair with his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Ibi was generally a laid-back man with no micromanagement in his leadership style. He trusted his men to act like adults, but when they screwed up, he became scary. Just last month a genin had beaten a civilian to death in a drunken stupor. Ibi, a jonin, had forced that genin to fight him for 2 hours every day for a week and had disallowed the Irionin from healing the genin. "I apologize, sir. I didn't know the drugs were faulty. He was lucky he hadn't done any from the current batch. I will rip those bastards at the Goharu family a new one." Typical, Ibi sighed, making Aranai's heat leap into his chest. Diverting the blame, taking no responsibility. I am. You don't have a stutter. Speak properly." Aranai felt resentful, but he chose to keep quiet with his head bowed. It wasn't his fault that those men had fallen sick. He hadn't told them to buy drugs. And he wasn't the one making the drugs, he was getting from the city's civilians, and they had delivered good products until now. How was he supposed to know that they would deliver a faulty batch? "You'll be punished for this, of course," said Ibi with a flat tone, "but that's a minor affair. You should be more concerned about the drugs you're sending back to the country. I know Hanjo is helping you send drugs back home. If those drugs are faulty, that'll be a much bigger problem. After all, Hanjo's a social climber who will do anything to save his skin. He's gunning for Jonin Commander, after all." He looked up at Ibi with an ample amount of fear and surprise, making the Jonin scoff. Recently, he had been sending larger amounts of the Goharu family's drugs into the Land of Frost. Jonin Hanjo was helping him with the delivery, taking a cut in return. He was happy because his earnings had gone through the roof and he'd also grown closer to a Jonin through mutually beneficial business. But Abi was right, if things went wrong, Hanjo would throw him under the bus without a moment's hesitation. The consequences of such a situation made him feel incredibly lightheaded and he blinked half a dozen times to no avail. It goes without saying that I'll be banning the drugs moving forward, said Abi. Aranai wanted to argue against such a thing. It was only one batch and so long as he confirmed that the next batch was good, they wouldn't have any problems, but seeing the look in Abi's eyes made him think that doing so would be a very bad idea. By your order, sir, he said. Abi excused Aranai after verbally beating him some more, putting the fear of retaliation and punishment into his heart. At the end of it, Aranai wanted to do nothing more than barge into the house of that bastard Waichi and rip him several new ones. He wanted to savor the fear in the Goharu family head's eyes as he told him how royally fucked he was. But that would come tomorrow. Today, he was meeting with the whore and he really wanted to blow off some steam. She had told him to bring along one of his subordinates because one of her handmaids wanted to get into the business, but Aranai was of the mind to go alone and enjoy two women worshipping and serving him. Eventually, he decided to take one of the leeching bastards. It'd be wise to build some additional trust, in case he needed a scapegoat to put the blame on. Takuma gazed at the two-story townhouse in an affluent part of the city. Chinatsu didn't like bringing business home, especially since the team was residing with her, so Gaku rented out the townhouse for Chinatsu to host her clients. He entered the building and saw that the team was busy setting up the place. They seemed used to it from prior experience. Iori, Riku, and Kamiko were preparing everything from the rooms to the drinks and food. Gaku was talking to Chinatsu about being careful, and Daiki was conversing with Anko, who seemed to be completely ready for a role. Takuma was at a loss about who to speak to about setting up his things. The objective was to capture two shinobi. One of them was a Chunin with unknown combat ability, and they had to do it stealthily without leaving any trace of combat, something that required a degree of finesse. Come with me, Kamiko snapped her fingers and gestured to him to follow. Takuma followed her to one of the bedrooms. It had a huge canopy bed, the floor completely covered with an extremely soft rug. There was a full-size mirror facing the bed, and a two-person dining table with a red table cover and padded chairs alongside an assortment of cutlery and scented candles. Look here! Kamiko walked to one of the walls with a cabinet lining the wall and pointed at something Takuma initially missed, but at a closer look he noticed a cigar-sized hole in the wall, partially covered by the cabinet. Is this enough? Takuma leaned down to look at the hole in the wall that connected the bedroom to the tiny storage closet next door. I'd like it to be bigger. I know there's not much time, but can you do it now? He asked. No, she said. I'm sorry. Takuma sighed before shrugging. It's fine. We'll make it work. He looked around the room. In less than an hour, the hidden Frost Chunin would be in here with Chinatsu. He was going to incapacitate the shinobi using Jinjutsu, after which Iori would use prisoner Fuinjutsu seals to restrict the Chunin's chakra and body. In the other room, Anko would deal with the Jinin. Ideally, given that they didn't know the Chunin's combat ability, they would want both Gaku and Anko to deal with Chunin in case anything went wrong, but they didn't have a choice. Neither Riku or Kamiko could pull it off, and they needed Iori on the Chunin for the Fuinjutsu. Anko was not only stronger and could easily deal with a Chunin, she was a much better actor, and was comfortable with the role. Are you confident? Asked Kamiko. I think so, said Takuma, placing the fragrant incense sticks on the table in front of the hole. You think so? He looked up at her and shrugged. I've done all the preparation I can do, so I'm not nervous. As long as the guy's not experienced with Jinjutsu, or has bullshit powers, I think I'll be able to ensnare him. Bullshit, how so? As in Jinjutsu doesn't work on him. He doesn't have Sharingan. The Sharingan doesn't make you immune to Jinjutsu, it just makes things more difficult, Takuma sighed with a chuckle. He had tried to put Jinjutsu over Makoto hundreds of times as part of their lessons and had failed every single time. She always kept her Sharingan active during those practice sessions. She didn't need to, she was a Jonin with a mastery in Jinjutsu anyway, but she activated her eyes to raise a challenge he was never able to meet. Plus, he continued, Jinjutsu doesn't work on me and I don't have the Sharingan. I'm not discounting the option that the Chunin will be the same. It's in the realm of possibility. What? Asked Kamiko. What do you mean Jinjutsu doesn't work on you? It literally doesn't. Well, it does work, but I don't have to do anything to slip out of it. It just happens and then I know I'm in a Jinjutsu, and breaking it is easy enough after that. Kamiko looked like she didn't believe it. I'm not lying. How is that possible? Are you lying? Absolutely no idea. It just doesn't work. If you know a Jinjutsu, you could try it. Kamiko looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, if you're not fucking with me, it could be a new bloodline limit. Bloodline limits were genetic mutations that granted unique chakra abilities. Dojutsu like the Sharingan and the Byakugan were bloodline limits, and so were the advanced nature transformations. It could be, said Takuma. My teacher and I did discuss the possibility. When Makoto wasn't able to find any previous cases of automatic Jinjutsu breaking, they considered the possibility that Takuma was the progenitor of a genetic mutation which gave him a Jinjutsu-related bloodline limit. The field of genetic testing wasn't advanced enough to reliably detect genetic mutations, so testing for them wasn't an option. Makoto, as an Uchiha with the Sharingan, wasn't a big fan of genetic testing. Moreover, Takuma was extremely busy with work and it didn't really matter if it was a bloodline limit because it didn't change anything. Maybe if Orochimaru hadn't defected, he would have been able to tell. He was big into genetic testing. Takuma laughed like he had told the funniest joke. He wasn't going to let Orochimaru anywhere near him. He didn't to get bit and cursed with a Juinjutsu. How do you know that? He's one of the Sannin. Of course, I read up on him, he said matter-of-factly. According to Mariboshi, history had important lessons and answers to problems, so Takuma had read a lot about the shinobi history, and the Sannin were quite prominently recorded in the Hidden Leaf's history. Orochimaru was at the forefront of genetics. And with what Takuma knew about him from his meta-knowledge, he assumed that Orochimaru was ahead of the contributions to the field he had publicly available. While Tsunade was looked at as the greatest Irionin to ever live, Orochimaru wasn't a slouch in the medical and scientific field. His image had been tainted in recent years due to his actions, but his works were still very prominent. Hey, said Kamiko. She looked hesitant for a moment. Try to keep her safe, okay? Chinatsu? Kamiko nodded. She's obsessed with revenge. That bastard's rough with her. She says it's not a problem, but I know she's hurt. He's a shinobi, he's much stronger than her, and you said it yourself that he'd be pissed because of the poison drugs. I'm worried he might overdo it, so hurry if possible. Takuma looked at her. While he didn't have any personal connection with Chinatsu, the knowledge left a bad taste in his mouth. But he didn't live with her, the others did, so it wasn't strange to form some connection with the asset. He nodded. I'll do my best. Thank you, Kamiko said earnestly and then left the room. Takuma followed her with his eyes. He'd agreed, but he wasn't going to hurry to the detriment of the Jinjutsu. A lot depended on the shinobi's capture. Not only would it kickstart doubt and chaos in the enemy camp, but Takuma had a more personal stake in its success. He wanted his questions about the assassination organization, their identity, their role in you, and the overall war, to be answered so he couldn't afford for it to go wrong. Chapter 243. Aranai was a hidden frost chunin who had made a great situation for himself in the city he was occupying as part of a war against the land of hot water. He was making money hand over fist by not only selling drugs to his peers, but also exporting drugs to his home country along with all the food and produce they were diverting from the land of hot water. He had made more money in the past couple months than he had made in the last several years as a shinobi. Money aside, his reputation among his peers had improved considerably as he had become an important source of relaxation and recreation. Most people didn't want to be in a foreign country away from their home, and the drugs helped calm them down and take their minds off the inevitable loneliness. However, as he looked at the dozen shinobi lying down on the infirmary beds, and their extremely sick occupants, he had a feeling those good times were about to end. He recognized every single one of them as his regular customers. The Irionin had confirmed that none of them were going to die, but they would be sick for at least a week and weak for even longer. There's the star of the day. Come, Arane. Let's have a chat. He flinched and looked at Ibi, his jonin in command, standing at the end of the hallway. He glanced into the infirmary one final time before following him. They didn't exchange words until they were in his office, but that only had the effect of worsening his nervousness. I don't have a problem with you selling drugs, said Ibi after they sat down. In fact, it helps me that you're keeping people in their rooms and away from the city. Their being there always creates trouble with you citizens, which is always annoying to deal with. However, you must admit, putting people in the infirmary is overdoing it. Sure, they won't create any trouble because they can't get out of bed, but we're still in enemy territory, or have you forgotten that, Mr. Businessman? Arane sat straight in his chair with his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Ibi was generally a laid-back man with no micromanagement in his leadership style. He trusted his men to act like adults, but when they screwed up, he became scary. Just last month a Genin had beaten a civilian to death in a drunken stupor. Ibi, a Jonin, had forced that Genin to fight him for 2 hours every day for a week and had disallowed the Irionin from healing the Genin. I apologize, sir. I didn't know the drugs were faulty. He was lucky he hadn't done any from the current batch. I will rip those bastards at the Goharu family a new one. Typical, Ibi sighed, making Arane's heat leap into his chest. Diverting the blame, taking no responsibility. I am. You don't have a stutter. Speak properly. Arane felt resentful, but he chose to keep quiet with his head bowed. It wasn't his fault that those men had fallen sick. He hadn't told them to buy drugs. And he wasn't the one making the drugs, he was getting from the city's civilians, and they had delivered good products until now. How was he supposed to know that they would deliver a faulty batch? You'll be punished for this, of course, said Ibi with a flat tone, but that's a minor affair. You should be more concerned about the drugs you're sending back to the country. I know Hanjo is helping you send drugs back home. If those drugs are faulty, that'll be a much bigger problem. After all, Hanjo's a social climber who'll do anything to save his skin. He's gunning for Jonin Commander, after all. He looked up at Ibi with an ample amount of fear and surprise, making the Jonin scoff. Recently, he had been sending larger amounts of the Goharu family's drugs into the Land of Frost. Jonin Hanjo was helping him with the delivery, taking a cut in return. He was happy because his earnings had gone through the roof and he'd also grown closer to a Jonin through mutually beneficial business. But Ibi was right, if things went wrong, Hanjo would throw him under the bus without a moment's hesitation. The consequences of such a situation made him feel incredibly lightheaded, and he blinked half a dozen times to no avail. It goes without saying that I'll be banning the drugs moving forward, said Ibi. Arane wanted to argue against such a thing. It was only one batch, and so long as he confirmed that the next batch was good, they wouldn't have any problems, but seeing the look in Ibi's eyes made him think that doing so would be a very bad idea. By your order, sir, he said. Ibi excused Arane after verbally beating him some more, putting the fear of retaliation and punishment into his heart. At the end of it, Arane wanted to do nothing more than barge into the house of that bastard Waichi and rip him several new ones. He wanted to savor the fear in the Goharu family head's eyes as he told him how royally fucked he was. But that would come tomorrow. Today, he was meeting with the whore and he really wanted to blow off some steam. She had told him to bring along one of his subordinates because one of her handmaids wanted to get into the business, but Arane was of the mind to go alone and enjoy 2 women worshipping and serving him. Eventually, he decided to take one of the leeching bastards. It'd be wise to build some additional trust, in case he needed a scapegoat to put the blame on. Takuma gazed at the 2-story townhouse in an affluent part of the city. Chinatsu didn't like bringing business home, especially since the team was residing with her, so Gaku rented out the townhouse for Chinatsu to host her clients. He entered the building and saw that the team was busy setting up the place. They seemed used to it from prior experience. Iori, Riku, and Kamiko were preparing everything from the rooms to the drinks and food. Gaku was talking to Chinatsu about being careful, and Daiki was conversing with Anko, who seemed to be completely ready for a role. Takuma was at a loss about who to speak to about setting up his things. The objective was to capture 2 shinobi. One of them was a Chunin with unknown combat ability, and they had to do it stealthily without leaving any trace of combat, something that required a degree of finesse. "Come with me," Kamiko snapped her fingers and gestured to him to follow. Takuma followed her to one of the bedrooms. It had a huge canopy bed, the floor completely covered with an extremely soft rug. There was a full-size mirror facing the bed, and a 2-person dining table with a red table cover and padded chairs alongside an assortment of cutlery and scented candles. "Look here!" Kamiko walked to one of the walls with a cabinet lining the wall and pointed at something Takuma initially missed, but at a closer look he noticed a cigar-sized hole in the wall, partially covered by the cabinet. "Is this enough?" Takuma leaned down to look at the hole in the wall that connected the bedroom to the tiny storage closet next door. "I'd like it to be bigger." "I know there's not much time, but can you do it now?" he asked. "No," she said. "I'm sorry." Takuma sighed before shrugging. "It's fine. We'll make it work." He looked around the room. In less than an hour, the Hidden Frost Chunin would be in here with Chinatsu. He was going to incapacitate the shinobi using Jinjutsu, after which Iori would use prisoner Fuinjutsu seals to restrict the Chunin's chakra and body. In the other room, Anko would deal with the Jinin. Ideally, given that they didn't know the Chunin's combat ability, they would want both Gaku and Anko to deal with Chunin in case anything went wrong, but they didn't have a choice. Neither Riku or Kamiko could pull it off, and they needed Iori on the Chunin for the Fuinjutsu. Anko was not only stronger and could easily deal with a Chunin, she was a much better actor, and was comfortable with the role. "Are you confident?" asked Kamiko. "I think so," said Takuma, placing the fragrant incense sticks on the table in front of the hole. "You think so?" He looked up at her and shrugged. "I've done all the preparation I can do, so I'm not nervous. As long as the guy's not experienced with Jinjutsu, or has bullshit powers, I think I'll be able to ensnare him." "Bullshit? How so?" "As in Jinjutsu doesn't work on him. He doesn't have Sharingan. The Sharingan doesn't make you immune to Jinjutsu, it just makes things more difficult." Takuma sighed with a chuckle. He had tried to put Jinjutsu over Makoto hundreds of times as part of their lessons and had failed every single time. She always kept her Sharingan active during those practice sessions. She didn't need to, she was a Jonin with a mastery in Jinjutsu anyway, but she activated her eyes to raise a challenge he was never able to meet. "Plus," he continued, "Jinjutsu doesn't work on me and I don't have the Sharingan. I'm not discounting the option that the Chunin will be the same. It's in the realm of possibility." "What?" asked Kamiko. "What do you mean Jinjutsu doesn't work on you?" "It literally doesn't." "Well, it does work, but I don't have to do anything to slip out of it. It just happens and then I know I'm in a Jinjutsu, and breaking it is easy enough after that." Kamiko looked like she didn't believe it. "I'm not lying." "How is that possible?" "Are you lying?" "Absolutely no idea. It just doesn't work. If you know a Jinjutsu, you could try it." Kamiko looked thoughtful for a moment before saying, "If you're not fucking with me, it could be a new bloodline limit." Bloodline limits were genetic mutations that granted unique chakra abilities. Dojutsu like the Sharingan and the Byakugan were bloodline limits, and so were the advanced nature transformations. "It could be," said Takuma. "My teacher and I did discuss the possibility. When Makoto wasn't able to find any previous cases of automatic Jinjutsu breaking, they considered the possibility that Takuma was the progenitor of a genetic mutation which gave him a Jinjutsu-related bloodline limit. The field of genetic testing wasn't advanced enough to reliably detect genetic mutations, so testing for them wasn't an option. Makoto, as an Uchiha with the Sharingan, wasn't a big fan of genetic testing. Moreover, Takuma was extremely busy with work and it didn't really matter if it was a bloodline limit because it didn't change anything. Maybe if Orochimaru hadn't defected, he would have been able to tell. He was big into genetic testing. Takuma laughed like he had told the funniest joke. He wasn't going to let Orochimaru anywhere near him. He didn't get bit and cursed with a Juinjutsu. How do you know that? He's one of the Sannin. Of course, I read up on him, he said matter-of-factly. According to Mariboshi, history had important lessons and answers to problems, so Takuma had read a lot about the shinobi history, and the Sannin were quite prominently recorded in the Hidden Leaf's history. Orochimaru was at the forefront of genetics. And with what Takuma knew about him from his meta-knowledge, he assumed that Orochimaru was ahead of the contributions to the field he had publicly available. While Tsunade was looked at as the greatest Irionin to ever live, Orochimaru wasn't a slouch in the medical and scientific field. His image had been tainted in recent years due to his actions, but his works were still very prominent. "Hey," said Kimiko. She looked hesitant for a moment. "Try to keep her safe, okay?" "Chinatsu?" Kimiko nodded. She's obsessed with revenge. That bastard's rough with her. She says it's not a problem, but I know she's hurt. He's a shinobi, he's much stronger than her, and you said it yourself that he'd be pissed because of the poison drugs. I'm worried he might overdo it, so hurry if possible." Takuma looked at her. While he didn't have any personal connection with Chinatsu, the knowledge left a bad taste in his mouth. But he didn't live with her, the others did, so it wasn't strange to form some connection with the asset. He nodded. "I'll do my best." "Thank you," Kimiko said earnestly and then left the room. Takuma followed her with his eyes. He'd agreed, but he wasn't going to hurry to the detriment of the Genjutsu. A lot depended on the shinobi's capture. Not only would it kickstart doubt and chaos in the enemy camp, but Takuma had a more personal stake in its success. He wanted his questions about the assassination organization, their identity, their role in you, and the overall war, to be answered so he couldn't afford for it to go wrong. Chapter 244. Make sure to enjoy yourself, okay? Aranai said to Ryoya, his genin subordinate. He had been lucky to get a team of 3 genin to help him sell drugs. There were people with sticks up their asses who didn't appreciate the spirit of entrepreneurship or ever have fun. "Yes, sir," said Ryoya. He looked slightly uncomfortable due to the timing and the people who had gotten sick from their drugs, but Aranai could see that he was excited about getting laid after hearing all about Chinatsu from him. "Remember, the chick you'll be sleeping with is new, so if you play it right, she'll do everything you ask for." Aranai put his arm around Ryoya's neck as they entered the townhouse. "We're here," he announced the moment he was through the door. Like always, Jimiai was sitting in the living room, waiting to welcome them. There was something about the pimp which always bothered Aranai. He didn't know what it was, but he creeped him out. During their first meeting, Jimiai had barged into their room in the club without permission. And every time he was done with Chinatsu, the pimp had a strange look on his face which he could never place. It wasn't jealousy or anger, but he could never place it. Jimiai got up from his couch with 2 glasses of whiskey and passed them over. "Welcome, gentlemen, everything's ready for your pleasure. This is Ryoya, he's a trusted confidant," said Aranai, and noticed Ryoya perked up. Good, he thought, he wanted Ryoya to think he trusted him. Aranai took out a stack of cash and handed it to Jimiai, who promptly counted it on the spot like always. "After so many times you still don't trust me?" asked Aranai, cursing the money grubber in his mind. "Trust has nothing to do with it, Master Aranai." Jimiai pocketed the money and clapped his hands for 2 of Chinatsu's handmaidens to walk into the room. He looked at Ryoya. "Master Ryoya, please follow her. She'll take you to Lady Boa. Please enjoy your time." Ryoya looked shy until Aranai slapped him on his back and a lecherous smile sprouted on his face. Aranai laughed. "Go enjoy yourself." He himself followed the other girl and checked her out. He smiled as he reached for her ass and grabbed the soft buns. She immediately slapped his hand and glared at him, but that only made him snicker. He raised the whiskey glass, smelled it to check if it was safe, before downing it one swig. It was time to blow off some steam. Takuma sat in the dark closet room focusing his mind for the Jinjutsu he had to cast when he heard the door open and Iori lead Aranai into the room. He opened his eyes and focused his hearing into the room. Chinatsu welcomed Aranai in and dismissed Iori. "Go have a shower, I'll join you soon," Chinatsu said, giggling. He took in a breath and smelled the incense Chinatsu burned for the ambience. "You better make this work," she whispered. Takuma put a finger into the hole in the wall and started spreading out his chakra into the room next door, attaching him to scent particles of the incense stick. Jinjutsu was the practice of altering a target's perception of reality by controlling their senses through chakra. It worked by influencing their chakra to do the majority of the legwork because it reached every part of the body through the chakra pathway system. The objective was to aim for one sensory organ and stimulate it through foreign chakra so the nearby chakra in the target's tenketsu points would react. The influenced chakra would then travel throughout the body and eventually reach the spine and brain, giving the user the freedom to control all 5 senses, thus controlling the target's reality. Carefully, deliberately, methodically, he spread out his chakra with the help of the incense in the air. It took 10 minutes for Aranai and Chinatsu to come out of the shower. He heard Chinatsu laughing at Aranai's dirty talk, the sound of the bed creaking under their weight, the rustle of clothes being removed, her moans, his grunts, all the while continuing to fill the room with his chakra. He could have done so much quicker, but he did it slowly to drown Aranai without any chance of him swimming back to the surface. For a normal shinobi without a sensory Nin's abilities, chakra could only be detected when used in high quantities, but when foreign chakra was literally stimulating the sensory organs, it could be detected fairly easily. The only reason it usually went undetected was because combat environments were always saturated with chakra and the demanding mental load of battle only made it all the easier. The situation in the bedroom was similar. Aranai's attention was focused on Chinatsu and his desire to have sex overshadowed his alertness. Adding to Takuma's gradual approach ensured that he was a frog swimming in a pot that he couldn't tell was gradually being brought to a boil. "Take it deeper." Aranai's demands between his grunts and the voice of Chinatsu gagging clearly reached Takuma's ears, but he focused himself on his work. He could sense his chakra reaching Aranai's nose. He slowly formed hand seals to order his chakra to stimulate it and grab control of the passively mixed chakra. The pair moved on to having sex. Between the sound of sex, he could also hear the sound of painful yelps that would be stifled immediately. They weren't playful yelps, but sounds of true pain coming from Chinatsu. Takuma remembered Kamiko's words to him about Aranai liking it rough, but he also remembered that Kamiko described Chinatsu as obsessed. He found it to be true because not once did she complain or ask him to be gentler, she took it all. She wanted the mission to go well and he respected it. In an ideal world, his first Jinjutsu would have been something else entirely, but he catered his first custom-made Jinjutsu to serve the mission, to capture a shinobi. The bell sound clone jutsu was an auditory Jinjutsu that used the sound of a bell to not only paralyze the target, but show clones of the user surrounding them as the sounds of a bell grew uncomfortably louder. Takuma isolated the paralysis part and made it the Jinjutsu's sole focus. Given that it was his first foray into creating a Jinjutsu, he wanted it to do one thing, but do that thing well. The next consideration was the connection component. Which sensory organ was he going to target to influence the target's chakra? Seeing that he couldn't be in the room with the target's sight, visual, touch, tactile, and taste, gustatory, weren't options, which left the target's sense of smell, olfactory, and hearing, auditory. He had drastically more experience with auditory connection components because of his use of the bell sound clone. Chinatsu didn't play music while she was serving her clients, but was open to having a radio for mood music if it helped the mission, and for a while he was going to use sound as the connection component. In the end he went with a smell. The nose was unique among the sensory organs as it was directly connected to the brain and memories had a strong connection to smells. The result was Takuma's first jutsu, olfactory Jinjutsu, complete paralysis. It wasn't unique or special. Nenro had a Jinjutsu called Jinjutsu, binding, which accomplished a similar effect of having the target feel they were bound in unbreakable ropes. A target under complete paralysis would feel like they were under actual paralysis, losing all control over their body. Then came the final problem, Takuma's inexperience with Jinjutsu creation. He knew enough to create functional Jinjutsu, but he didn't understand all the little nuances involved in jutsu creation. Complete paralysis was extremely weak. During testing, his teammates broke the Jinjutsu quickly, and while it worked, the paralysis wasn't strong enough to stop their movements. They could still move, though impeded. However, there wasn't anything he could do about it. He didn't have a Jinjutsu expert to guide him, and if he wanted to improve, he needed time to experiment with Jinjutsu creation, which he didn't have. There was only one solution, a long application time to increase the Jinjutsu's strength. Even a weak Jinjutsu would be stronger if a large amount of the target's chakra was influenced, which of course took a long time. 30 minutes after Aranite entered the room, Takuma was ready. He raised his hands and weaved the hand seals for his first custom-made Jinjutsu. Ack! He heard Aranite's voice from the other room and waited for Chinatsu's next word. You're heavy, master, she said with a strained laugh. Are you tired? Tired was the code word. The moment she said that word, Takuma heard the bedroom room slam open with footsteps rushing. Iori was going to put prisoner seals on Aranite under the watchful eyes of Gaku and Kamiko, who were ready to cut him down if he made any suspicious moves. Half a minute later, the Jinjutsu broke because prisoner seals restricted Aranite's chakra. It's done, Iori's voice made Takuma's shoulders sag in relief. They had captured an enemy Chunin. This was quite possibly the biggest breakthrough they had since their arrival in the city. But he became focused just as quickly as he had relaxed. He walked out of the closet and headed towards Anko's room to see if they had captured the Jinin. The mission wasn't over until they had both shinobi captured and transported out of the townhouse to the site they planned to imprison them. The door to her room was open, and Daiki and Riku weren't in the corridor. He sneaked in a glance and saw the trio standing around the bed with the hidden frost Jinin knocked out on the bed. It's done, I guess, Takuma said, entering the room. You too? Asked Anko. He nodded. Let's get them out of here then. After Iori put the prisoner seal on the Jinin, Daiki and Riku took him away as planned. Takuma picked up the Chunin in a body bag over his shoulder and looked at the rest of the team who were going to clean up the house and stay for a while before leaving. They knew that people would come asking about the two missing shinobi, and their plan was to tell a story where they waited for the duo to arrive and return home when they never did. Take care, said Anko. Takuma nodded and was about to leave when he noticed Chinatsu standing on the second-floor corridor from the living room on the ground floor. She had dark finger marks around her neck and arms. He knew how much stronger a shinobi was than a civilian, and could only imagine what it was like to have someone overwhelmingly more powerful in control, especially if that someone liked it rough. You did a great job, he said to her. We wouldn't have been able to accomplish this without you. Despite the bruises and marks over her body, she smirked. I know. Takuma gave her a smile before walking out of the townhouse and disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 245. The Hidden Frost Army had taken over one of the tourist districts of Yu, forcing the big inns and hotels to accommodate the shinobi as guests for months on end. Most places had shut down and the staff had abandoned their buildings, but some places housing the Chunin and Jonin were still operating while being paid by wealthy turncoats supporting the shinobi. Yuriko was part of the housekeeping staff at one of those hotels. It was dinner time and everyone was either out or eating at the hotel's restaurant. She arrived in front of a room and looked around the hallway before using the staff key to enter it after confirming that the occupant of the room wasn't in the hotel. She moved quickly, remembering the instructions she had gotten 2 days back. Yuriko gulped as she stared at the bags of flour, pulses, and spices sitting in her living room. She looked across the table at the kid sitting alongside Motohiro. She recognized him from the posters around the city. You're Takuma, right? She asked. Yes, ma'am, Takuma replied with a smile. Has your husband discussed our intentions? She looked at Wada, her husband, who worked under Motohiro, the owner of a milling business. Yes. And what do you think? At the start of the week, Wada had brought Motohiro home and they had talked about a job she could do for the resistance. She worked at a hotel with shinobi guests and without saying, she understood that the job was related to it. At first, she was hesitant. She spared no love for the shinobi as life had gotten harder since they had arrived, but her job was important, and not even her husband's displeasure about the job could make her stop working. They had 3 children to raise and it took 2 people's income to do it. Though neither she nor her husband had lost their job, Wada's pay had decreased because of the current hard times as, in an attempt to keep everyone employed, Motohiro reduced everyone's salary so that no one was left behind. Just entertaining the thought about doing something against shinobi would risk her job, something they couldn't afford. But now as she looked at the food sitting in the corner of her house, the prospect was too attractive to refuse. What will I have to do?" she asked. "Nothing too different from your usual responsibilities," said Takuma. "We want you to take out some trash." Yuriko quickly entered the bedroom and looked for a go bag, which according to Takuma was something every self-respecting shinobi worth his salt had always prepared in case they needed to leave their residence with no time to pack a bag. She carefully went through the bedroom and tried to find anything that looked like a bag of emergency supplies, but couldn't find it. For a moment, she panicked, but took a few deep breaths and moved on to Plan B, put in place in case she wasn't able to find the go bag. The aim of the mission was to make it look like the room's resident left quickly. Yuriko went through the suite and took all the essentials from a couple sets of clothes to toiletries and put them in her cleaning cart. Given that the occupant was a shinobi, she took the weapons as well, handling them carefully to not injure herself. And finally, she looked around the room for money made from drug dealing she was told would be hidden in the room. If it was any place else, she would struggle to find it, but she had been cleaning the same rooms for 6 years. She knew the hotel rooms better than her own house and quickly found a big stash of hidden money with a stash of drugs. She ignored the drugs and took more than half of the money. Takuma promised her that she would be able to keep a portion of it, so she took more than she was instructed. After ensuring she hadn't missed, she left, leaving no signs of her presence. She took a deep breath, feeling confident. If she did this one more time, her family would have the promised food and money, giving them time to relax. Aranai woke up feeling like a steam engine had crashed into him at full speed. He raised his hand to massage his throbbing forehead but couldn't reach because of the shackles tying his arms, legs, and torso to the wall behind him. Memories and realizations slammed into him like steam engine and he recalled losing all sensation in his body as he was fucking Shinatsu before someone hit him on his head. That bitch. He looked around the barren room with jute bags piled up in the corner and saw sunlight streaming through a window with steel bars. He tried to get up but the chain length didn't even let him do that. He tried to force the chains off the wall, but he had no strength. He couldn't even bring his hands together to form hand seals, but that wasn't the biggest problem, he couldn't mix chakra. Which was when he noticed the few Injutsu seals running all around his body. Prisoner seals, he thought. He felt a chill go down his spine. Captured in an unknown place, his movement restrained, and without access to his chakra, he was in the worst position possible. He didn't know how long he had been out, or if he was Inu, or who had captured him. From the sunlight outside, it had been at least one night, but as all the unknowns kept piling up, the fear only grew. He heard the faint sound of footsteps and looked at the heavy double doors with a panicked look and closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. The door opened and Anko entered the room with a bucket. She walked to the tap in the corner of the room and started to fill it up. The screech of metal against the floor stabbed the ears as Takuma dragged a metal table along with an assortment of stuff into the room. She walked toward Aranai with the bucket with water sloshing out of the rim, falling to the floor. Pretending to be asleep, "Are we now?" she chuckled as she raised the bucket and threw the water in his face. Even though he guessed it by the sounds, he had his eyes closed and the cold water hitting his face startled him enough to stop his breath for a moment. His eyes snapped open as he jerked the chains loudly. He opened his eyes to see one of Chinatsu's handmaids before him, smirking down at him. "You! Do you know what you have done? I'm a Chunin from the Hidden Frost. They'll be looking for me by now," he yelled at her, hoping to intimidate her. "You're finished." You doomed everyone you involved in this shit. They'll hang your corpse for everyone to see. Takuma came forward holding a folding chair. Aranai, seeing him for the first time, froze up, remembering the posters that had been put up around the city. The entire army was mandated to memorize the details on the poster. "Why, you're Takuma," he said. "I am," Takuma said as he placed the chair behind Anko. "Let's be real here for a second. Do you think the Hidden Leaf will ever be scared of the Hidden Frost?" Aranai glared at him, but couldn't deny the words. He didn't know where the information came from, but the Jonin confirmed that Takuma was from the Hidden Leaf. Even though they weren't in the land of Frost, their home ground, they had complete control over you, but as he stared at Takuma, he was reminded of the Hidden Leaf, the stories he had heard, and the shinobi he had come across. Maybe he wouldn't be rescued after all. "Now we can do the easy way or the hard way," said Anko, making him scoff. She paused to smile before continuing. "Here's how the situation is looking for you on the outside. The drugs you sold to your comrades were poisoned." "Faulty," he barked. Her smile broadened. "Poisoned, my dear. If your Irionin are any good, they'll find the cause, which will definitely be poison." Aranai felt something in his stomach sink. She continued, "Once they know that, they'll look at the suppliers, you and the Goharu family. The Goharu family will be there, but they'll find you missing, and I don't need to tell you how that looks." Aranai stared into her eyes, trying to see if she was lying. If the pleased and amused look was any indication, she wasn't lying, which set heart beating faster. He had already sent bricks of drugs back home, and if they were poisoned, and the blame was falling on him, then he was as good as dead, doomed beyond any chance of help. Not to mention, when they search your room, they're going to find a lot of things missing, as if you had packed up a bag and ran away, said Takuma. "We've also taken that stash of money, the one behind the wardrobe. I think we'll buy some drinks with it, so thanks." That was the breaking point. "US set me up," he said, unable to hide the crack in his voice. If his own people turned against him, then no one was looking for him. No, that was wrong. They would still be looking for him, so they could punish him for his crimes. Even if he managed to escape on his own, there was no guarantee they would believe him unless he brought them the concrete truth. "Here's the proposition," said Anko. "Cooperate with us, answer our questions, and you'll find your time with us peaceful and comfortable." "You're never going to let me leave, you can't," said Aranai. Letting him leave had no incentive for them. He grasped that the group was operating in undercover, and the moment they let him go, they'd be revealing their true identities to the enemy. "Ah, you misunderstood my words, Aranai," said Anko, leaning close enough that he could feel her breath on his face. "I'm not promising freedom. I'm promising you the absence of pain. Cooperate and we won't touch you. You'll get ample food and water, and creature comforts will increase the more information you provide us with. It's a simple contract of give and take." Torture, thought Aranai, fearfully. He wasn't surprised given that he was captured for information, but facing the prospect of it so directly was an entirely different experience. He didn't know what they would do to him except that it would bring him a whole load of pain. "Your subordinate, Ryoya, refused to take our offer, so we gave him a taste of our treatment," Takuma said as he rubbed his knuckles. "We spent the night spilling blood, sweat, and tears together, though the blood and tears were all from him. We gave him a rest by coming here, so I think he'll be interested in our proposition once we get back to him. What about you? Do you want to experience what you'll be missing out on if you accept our proposition, or would you like to skip it?" Aranai's heart was pounding, but he was starting to calm down, and with it, his reasoning. Ryoya's capture meant when their comrades started searching for them, they would go to Chinatsu because it wasn't a secret that he was meeting her, and his other two subordinates knew that he was taking Ryoya along with him. "I will cooperate," he said. Chinatsu and her handmaidens, who he suspected were all shinobi, would be interrogated. Given that they were the last point of contact, they would be interrogated heavily, and there was a real chance of some sort of slip-up that aroused suspicion. He was counting on that. Next was the poison drugs. He had betrayed his allies, so his motives would be questioned. Why did he poison the drugs? To answer that question, the resistance groups in the city would be targeted to find a link. He refused to believe that his captors had managed to keep their presence limited to themselves and only themselves. It was foolish to do so. The local support was essential for optimum effectiveness. He expected for someone to screw up or willingly open their mouths. Once that happened, the search radius would become narrower, and his chances of being rescued would increase. Aranai looked up at them, hiding his thoughts. I will tell you everything I know. According to his estimates, he just needed to stall for 2 to 3 days. Yu was completely closed off and they had enough manpower to comb through the city for clues. Aranai had enough non-critical material to stall for that amount of time. If help didn't come by then, well, he would cross that bridge when the time came. Chapter 246. It had been 17 hours since the team had abducted the 2 Hidden Frost shinobi. Takuma sat in an empty room of an unoccupied Kumi family property. There he sat, alone, having a sad pre-packaged lunch. Anko had returned to Chinatsu's house to prepare for when the Hidden Frost shinobi came looking for their 2 missing comrades. He would be alone with the 2 prisoners for the next few days with no contact with the team or anyone from the outside. They had to act to keep their cover in case they were being watched, which was highly likely since the Aranai and Ryoya's last known location was with Chinatsu. The abduction had succeeded without a hitch. The 2 shinobi were abducted stealthily and had set them up to make it look like they had run away after poisoning their own allies. By painting them in a negative light, Aranai's character would be questioned. He had been selling drugs to his comrades, and even though the Jonin were turning their eyes away, it was still an illegal act. Takuma was sure some questions would arise stemming from his drug dealing. Had Aranai gotten greedy and accepted an offer to poison his comrades in exchange for money? If so, then who had paid him off? Was it the weak resistance groups in Yu? Were they able to pay Aranai enough to betray his village? Or was it the hidden steam who had managed to turn Aranai traitor? Seeing that Takuma's face was plastered around the city, he would be one of the prime suspects as Aranai's accomplice. The moment they entertained that possibility, the Hidden Leaf would enter the picture. They would have to speculate on the Hidden Leaf or the Hidden Steam's presence in Yu. They would have to think if Aranai and Ryoya were alone, or were there more among their ranks. The coefficient of trust in the Hidden Frost army in Yu would plummet as anyone remotely suspicious would be looked at critically. Anyone who'd ever been punished would be within the pool of suspects. This was the first step of spreading chaos in the Yu. Next, was re-establishing order. The Kumi family's forces had been whispering the truth of the situation and negative speech against the Hidden Frost to the city folk. They were taking full advantage of small groups meetings and word of mouth to spread the message. It didn't have any visible effects as civilians couldn't do much against shinobi, but it was vital as they needed people on their side when the time to seize power came. And having the support of locals like Wada's wife to frame the 2 shinobi had proved that local support was beneficial. This is just the start. There's so much more to do, thought Takuma as he heated up the mixed curry and rice, but he was snapped out of his musings when he heard footsteps. He silently got up and snuck out of the room with a kunai in his hand. No one, was supposed to be at the location other than him and the 2 captive shinobi. He silently climbed up the building to get a higher vantage point for a stealth kill to end the intruder in one strike. It's just me, you don't have to go all killer. Takuma flinched and turned to look at Anko standing a few meters away from him on the roof. She had a smirk on her face which suited her, but he didn't like it in serious situations. He observed her intently for any signs of the transformation jutsu. Why were you here? He asked, putting his kunai down after confirming it was truly her. Let's go down. I've got a message from the camp, she said with a somber look coming over her face. Once they were in the room where he was having his lunch, she continued. I don't know how to say this, so I'll be direct. The base sent the report regarding the organization you recognized back home and they identified it. The blacksmith's touch mark you found belongs to Root. Takuma doubted his ears for a moment. I'm sorry, did you just say Root? Hidden Leaf's Root? Oh, you know them? Said Anko, sounding surprised. You know that name? Yes, I know them, said Takuma, realizing his mistake. Root was a top-secret department, completely unknown to the public. Only people in the right circles or possessed the required clearance level knew of their existence. After Shimura Danzo was declared a rogue shinobi and a criminal, information about Root was released to the Leaf's general shinobi forces. When the clans had joined together to demand actions against Danzo, Root wasn't mentioned once, as everyone understood it wouldn't be wise to reveal state secrets for the world to see. However, when Danzo was officially declared a criminal, information about Root had been released. They weren't named as such and were only identified as an ANBU team under Danzo's command. The truth was much worse. Despite that, even if Takuma had received the news from the village, he shouldn't have known Root by their name, as it was never declassified. Anko probably knew about Root from Orochimaru. "I can't tell you who told me," Takuma said when he saw the look on her face. "Okay. I guess it saves me an explanation," she shrugged, but the look of doubtful intrigue lingered for a moment. "The confirmation comes directly from ANBU, and we have additional orders. They want us to capture the Root agents for information, but in case that's not possible, we have kill orders." Takuma wanted to capture the people from the organization to get some answers as well, but now that he knew they were Root, he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to get into that mess. "They're not going to send someone in?" he asked, assuming that ANBU would like to handle Root matters. "Doesn't look like it." "Then things are going to be tough." Anko nodded before standing up. "Let's discuss this later. I'm not prioritizing the new orders, so our original ones still stand. If we figure out something, we'll try it out, but the focus remains on the main mission. I'm only here because I wanted you to know this, so I'll head back before the Hidden Frost comes knocking." Takuma nodded and saw Anko off before returning to his lunch. He slowly ate his half-hearted curry rice as the new revelations filled his thoughts. He had been targeted by Root, by Danzo. He'd always assumed that some drug lord was trying to kill him for his work in the narcotics task force, which could still be true, but what kind of drug lord hired Root to assassinate somebody? Even though he knew Root existed, he didn't exactly know what they did. They were similar to ANBU and handled national security on the external front. Danzo was always pulling strings in the shadows to ensure Hidden Leaf dominance, but how did he, a mere genin, fit into the scenario? Had he somehow revealed something he shouldn't have? Not once had the higher-ups at the police force given him any pushback about the cases he was handling or the people he was targeting. If he was touching someone or something he wasn't supposed to, there would have been some kind of warning from his higher-ups first. Straight-up assassination was a big jump. He brought the spoon to his mouth, but stopped halfway through as the memories flooded in. Memories of the night he was ambushed in his own home, and then the narrow escape from the second ambush at the police station arson. He tried to shake the thoughts as he ate, but the silence was unbearable and made the food hard to chew. Not to mention the curry was bland, becoming more unappetizing with each bite. The table started to shake from how hard he was tapping his foot against the ground. He stopped and stared at his shaking thighs for a moment before leaving the room, his lunch barely touched. Takuma entered Aranai's room, startling the man. He said nothing and paced near the door for 15 seconds. The memories of his time in the hospital, relearning how to stand and walk, overwhelmed him. His body had been wrecked by the attempted assassination. It robbed his sense of security and safety, and he had lost a job he had worked so hard at, a job he had loved. Worst of all, he was forced to join a war to advance his career, and there was only one party responsible for all that misery. He pulled up a folding chair and sat right in front of Aranai, eerily calm despite the terror that reigned over him minutes prior. "What?" asked Aranai. "Who's helping the Hidden Frost in you?" asked Takuma. Aranai relaxed and let his body slump against the wall. "The Goharu family and a group of city elites who promised support in return for being spared. It worked well for us because we wanted to convert the city, and them helping only made our goals that much easier. We're also buying the produce from farmers outside the city. I'm talking about the shinobi support." Aranai furrowed his brow. "Are you asking about the Hidden Cloud? They're helping us like you're helping the Hidden Steam. That shouldn't be a surprise." "Anyone else?" asked Takuma. Whatever Aranai thought he was pulling off, Takuma was well aware that the man was trying to buy time through semi-cooperation until the Hidden Frost shinobi found him. He knew it because he had seen such behavior before in interrogations all the time during his time in the police force. People tried to share information which would barely satisfy the interrogators in an attempt to not give out anything critical. Takuma wanted to go hard from the start, but as his superior, Anko wanted to get the non-critical level information and allow Aranai to feel safe before extracting the critical information through advanced interrogation techniques. "There's no one else," said Aranai. "Lie," thought Takuma. "Who orchestrated the police station arson?" he asked. The police force arson trying to impersonate the team had claimed lives of 3 police officers who were well liked in the city even after the police force went through changes after the invasion. The Kumi family had to discredit the dead police officers, dragging their reputation through the mud to ensure that the resistance wasn't looked on negatively. It was necessary, but left a bad taste in his mouth. Takuma had done many things people from his previous life would call evil, but nothing as callous as what happened to those officers. "It was us." "Who specifically planned it?" "Give me a name." "Ah. I don't have a name. I wasn't involved with it, so I don't have the information." That was bullshit. People talked and news naturally spread. The smaller the group, the freer the flow of information. For a group like the Hidden Frost Army stationed in you, any and all information would spread like wildfire. Moreover, Aranai was a Chunin, and a notable one because of his drug dealing. There was no way he didn't know the masterminds behind the police station arson. "I think you're hiding things from me, Aranai," said Takuma with a flat smile. "Who gave you the information about me on the poster?" "It was someone from the Hidden Cloud. For shinobi ambushed me at the police station." "Were they from the Hidden Cloud?" "Yes." "Their names?" Aranai went silent for a moment. His face genuinely looked like he was trying to recall the names, but his body betrayed him. He sat up straighter, his arms moved closer to his body as his body language shrunk. Still, he gave a few names which Takuma noted down, so without saying a word, Takuma got up and walked out of the room. Hey, can I get some water?" Aranai said, but got ignored. Takuma walked to the other side of the house and entered the room where Ryoya was being held. They had offered the same offer of cooperation to him, but he had outright refused it, choosing to keep his mouth shut. Unfortunately, that made him the subject of Anko's torture techniques. He had managed to keep his mouth shut, but after receiving her tender mercies, Takuma was sure that wouldn't be the case. Please, no more. Please, I can't take any more," Ryoya cried the moment he saw Takuma enter the room. He was chained to the wall, was bruised all over, and his entire body looked pale and was shaking. Takuma sat in front of him and tipped an uncapped water canteen to let the water flow. Ryoya floundered and pulled his entire body forward to put his mouth below the canteen. Takuma allowed him to drink ample before pulling the canteen back. "Do you want to talk now?" Ryoya stared at Takuma with overwhelming fear in his eyes. "Who was behind the police station arson?" "Someone named Khan and his group." "This Khan isn't from the Hidden Frost or the Hidden Cloud, is he?" "And no, how do you know that?" "Were they also the one who provided the information about me?" "Did Aranai tell you about that?" Takuma smiled. "He accepted our proposition the moment we offered it, and we didn't have to touch a hair on his head." Anger flashed through Ryoya's tired eyes. Takuma smiled internally when he saw the look. It was the sign of a breakthrough, and they achieved it in less than a day. I don't know who they are. No one knows who they are." Ryoya quickly added. "They're a 5-man group including their leader, Khan, for after one of them was killed. They've been with us since before we invaded you. I don't know much, but no one likes them because they don't participate in any of the regular duties." Khan. He didn't care whether it was real or an alias, he finally had a name. Takuma considered Ryoya's words. It didn't look like he was lying, but to be completely sure, he had to confirm it somehow. Seeing that they had 2 hostages, confirming the information from one with the words of the other was the standard way of doing things, but since Aranai wasn't going to surrender information willingly, he could only force it out of him. Where do they live? Takuma continued to ask him more questions about the Root group. Ryoya didn't seem to be aware that the group was Root, but he was only a genin. Aranai could potentially would have more information that Takuma wanted at all cost. He fed the rest of the canteen to Ryoya, who was just as eager as before to lap it up. Continue to cooperate with me and I'll bring you food later. Who knows, maybe the torture will stop, said Takuma with a smile before locking Ryoya in the room. He picked up a thick rag and a bucket and headed to Aranai's room. Hey, can I get some water? Aranai said upon Takuma. Takuma filled up a canteen, followed by the bucket, and soaked the rag in the water. He then went and unlocked Aranai's shackle, freeing him from the wall. Aranai shuffled forward, frowning at him from across the room. Takuma smiled and kicked him so hard in the face that a tooth flew out of his mouth. Wait! What are you? He followed up with a sucker punch that knocked Aranai to the floor. The room had been prepared for interrogation. There was a hook for chains in the ceiling. Takuma looped chains through the hook in the ceiling to hang Aranai from it, who tried to make a run for the door, but Takuma tripped him and then kicked him in the back with an augmented kick, ending all resistance. As long as Aranai had a prisoner seal on him, he was no match for Takuma, so hanging him upside from the ceiling was child's play. Why are you doing this? Aranai eked out. Because I think you're lying, said Takuma calmly. No, I'm not. Ryoya refuses to open his mouth. Takuma lied, but you did tell me a lot, which means you'll only say more if I apply a little pressure. I want to know everything about the group that tried to kill me, Aranai. This is personal and will be alone for a good few days. What I'm trying to say is that if you don't answer me truthfully, I might just end up killing you. Obviously, you don't want that, so let's be honest with each other. Takuma stepped away and weaved hand seals for 8 tentacles jutsu. The water from the bucket rose up and collected behind him before spreading out into tentacles. No, wait, please stop! Aranai screamed as he hung from the ceiling. Let's get started. Tell me about the people who provided the information about me. The water tentacles moved and enveloped Aranai's head, completely surrounding his nose and mouth with water, simulating the experience of drowning. Aranai held his breath and stared at Takuma with hatred and fear. Takuma returned a smile before forcing the water into Aranai's nose until he really was drowning, and held it there for a few seconds as Aranai's hanging body shook and his eyes begged for release. Only then did he pull the tentacles away and let Aranai cough away the water in his lungs. Tell me about the people who provided the information about me. I said I don't know. Lie. You said it was someone from the hidden cloud. Takuma ordered his tentacles to once again drown Aranai, who held his breath. Takuma laughed and punched him in the gut as hard as possible without using augmentations, which made him swallow water and start drowning once again. Let's try this again, said Takuma, pulling the tentacles away. Who gave your people the information about me? Chapter 247. Late in the morning, a knock on the door sent everyone in the Chinatsu house on the highest alert. Everyone looked at each other, making sure they were ready. Anko raised her hand and gestured for the team along with Chinatsu and Gaku to take positions before she headed toward the door. She engaged the chain latch before opening the door, and immediately a foot jammed in the gap to stop the door from closing. Anko put on a scared expression when she saw a shinobi in hidden frost colors. She tried to look beyond him, but the man's broad body blocked her view. Are you Miss Chinatsu? He asked. No, what is it that you want with my lady? We want to ask her about one of her clients, Aranai. He hasn't been home since he left to meet her. Please let us in to question her. I don't want to be forceful. The man looked down at her with a stone-cold look that said she didn't want to refuse in the situation. I will open the door, she said after shooting an alarmed look. The man pulled his foot back and Anko opened the door wide, revealing 2 more shinobi. She stilled for a second when she saw the middle-aged shinobi, the oldest among the trio. All her instincts were screaming danger at her. warning not to engage in a fight with him. Their eyes met and Anko averted her eyes, playing the role of the scared woman facing a dangerous shinobi. A jonin, she thought. What is this commotion so early in the morning? Chinatsu descended from the second floor, dressed in a scanty, thin nightgown that left very little to the imagination. She rubbed small circles into her eyes as though she had just woken up. All according to plan as all three shinobi stared at Chinatsu, their eyes roaming over her body. Iori followed after Chinatsu from the second floor, handing her a proper robe to put on, but Chinatsu wore it in a way that gave the shinobi a distracting view. "My lady, we have guests," said Anko politely. "Oh, shinobi," said Gaku entered the living room from the kitchen with a cup of tea. "You must know Aranai. Have you seen him? He owes me my money." Daiki was the next to enter the room. He stationed himself near Chinatsu as her bodyguard. He looked appropriately nervous for a civilian bodyguard with three shinobi who could rip him apart before he knew it. Anko bowed to Gaku. "They're looking for him, Mr. Jimiai. He is missing. He didn't show up yesterday, but he still has to pay. Tell him that when you find him," said Gaku, perfectly playing the role of a money-minded pimp. The jonin looked around the living room and at the people talking and sat down at the couch, which brought all eyes on him. "Please have a seat, Lady Chinatsu and Mr. Jimiai," he said in a calm tone. He looked at Anko and smiled. "May I get some warm water? If there are other people in the house, please call them down." The shinobi in the room could sense the threat the jonin posed. They knew that one bad move was all it would take for him to end them before they so much as leave the house, but even without that, there was power and confidence in his voice. He ordered them around in their own home, fully expecting and knowing that his orders would be fulfilled. Chinatsu called Kamiko and Rika down and they stood in a corner with Iori in nervous silence as everyone watched the jonin drink the cup of warm water. "Thank you," he said to Anko before addressing everyone in the room. "My name is Ebi. I'm a shinobi from the Frost. Aranai and Ryoya are my subordinates. I'm told that Aranai regularly availed your services, Lady Chinatsu, and that he met with you last night. He also brought Ryoya along with him yesterday." "He didn't come yesterday," said Chinatsu with a little heat in her voice as though offended. "It's not very gentlemanly to be absent after promising a meeting with a lady." "Don't you think so, Mr. Ebi?" she asked, directing her charm at Ebi. "Of course, Lady Chinatsu," said Ebi, smiling. "So you're saying that Mr. Aranai never arrived for his meeting with you. What about Ryoya, did he come?" "Both of them were a no-show," Gaku scoffed. He was in the most danger among the people in the room. His face was known to the enemy and here he was sitting right in front of them with a layer of makeup and a fake identity between them and him. "We rent a townhouse. It's expensive, so it's a loss when the client doesn't show up." "I understand your concern, Mr. Jimiai," said Ebi, his eyes scanning everyone in the room. Everyone in the team remembered Takuma's words. "You're not shinobi, so don't stand like you're ready to jump into a battle at the moment's notice. All of your Chinatsu's handmaids, training to eventually get into the business, be ladylike, be feminine, pay attention to your looks. Live the lifestyle, the more you inhabit your cover, the easier it will be to deceive others." The girls had taken his disguise advice to heart and had started to follow the lifestyle of their cover identities. They were helped by Chinatsu who gave them tips and Gaku who was experienced with disguises. After nearly 2 months in Yu, they were no longer hidden leaf shinobi, but Chinatsu's handmaids. As for Daiki, his size itself was a disguise. The moment they saw his muscular frame, they tagged him as the bodyguard and stopped looking. "I must say, your reputation precedes you, Lady Chinatsu," Ebi said to her. "I heard that you arrived in Yu from the hot waters capital less than 2 months ago. May I ask why you chose to relocate from the bustling capital to a border city? This move seems to be contrary from a business standpoint." A hidden nervousness bubbled up in their room. The timing of the team's arrival in Yu was one of those. Chinatsu's eyes narrowed before she smiled behind her hand. Past lovers, when they're powerful men, can be troublesome for business. You underestimate Yu, so many shinobi away from their homes make for excellent business. She leaned slightly forward to highlight her cleavage. I'm very interested in you, Mr. Ebi. Are you interested in me? Ebi's eyes lingered on Chinatsu's body for a moment before he looked up. He smiled. Your beauty is brilliant and charming as the moonlight, Lady Chinatsu. Perhaps we shall dilly-dally some day. Today, however, I'm looking for my subordinates. Are you sure you didn't see them yesterday? He directed the question to everyone. He didn't show up, said Gaku with a harumph. Ebi hummed and sat silent for a moment before turning to his shinobi subordinates behind him. Check the house. The moment he said that, Chinatsu and Gaku tried to argue and protest, but the two shinobi ignored them and started to go through everything in the house, upturning everything, breaking things in the process. You can't do this, said Chinatsu, indignantly. This is not a request, Lady Chinatsu. If you don't sit down and let us search your house, you'll get hurt and no one wants that to happen, so sit down. This won't take too long, Ebi said nonchalantly, which made it all the more impactful. Anko glanced at the men searching the home. They wouldn't find anything shinobi-related because there was nothing to be found as they were living their cover's life. The house was kept clean. All their weapons and gear were stashed in another place. It was inconvenient at times, like when Iori wanted to make seals, but it was a necessary practice to maintain their protection. Sir, we found these. One of the men placed several identical sheath daggers on the table in front of Ebi, who looked up at Chinatsu. A woman must know to protect herself, she shrugged. Being too clean was a thing. Having no weapons in the house would seem suspicious, so they purchased daggers in you for all the women in the house in the name of personal protection. Ebi observed one of the daggers in his hand, checking them with bored eyes. Anything else? He asked. The man shook his head. Very well. Ebi stood up. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lady Chinatsu. If either of my missing men contact you, please reach out to us. Now if you'll excuse us, we must take our leave. Thank you for your hospitality. The Hidden Frost shinobi left the house, leaving behind a mess, but the group all sighed in relief because, the house aside, everything had gone well, which was as close to the best-case scenario they could have hoped for. Put a lookout to keep an eye on them, said Ebi as they walked away from the Chinatsu house. Did you find something amiss, sir? Asked one of his men. Not at all, Ebi said as he fiddled with a cigarette pack. It's just that I felt like their reaction was lacking. They weren't scared enough. One of them could be tough, maybe even 2 or 3, but all of them looked too composed for my taste despite being suspected of being involved with 2 shinobi's disappearance. Maybe that was Aranai's plan. He had a reason to leave without raising suspicion and used it to disappear. That could be it, Ebi agreed, but why not just disappear? There was no need to involve the courtesan. We would have interrogated her regardless because of their meetings. Perhaps it was a distraction so we would waste our time with them. They're currently our prime suspects. Ebi looked at his man. You presume I'm wasting our time by putting a lookout on them? And no, of course not, sir. I apologize, I, by no means, wanted to imply that. Ebi gave him a hard stare before looking away. The courtesan's arrival into you is also suspicious. Less than 2 months, their arrival matches with the trouble that has been brewing in the city. Keeping an eye on them would be wise. Station some men to record their movements. I want regular reports. Ebi put a cigarette to his lips and was about to light it when he said, Any news from our informants? Takuma ate his cold lunch on a stool as he watched a bloody Aranai hanging from the ceiling. He was fully expecting it, but Aranai didn't break easily. He had screamed, cried, begged, but hadn't given a single word of information since the start of the advanced interrogation. You're slightly tough, I'll give you that, Takuma said as he chewed on the cold meat. The Hidden Frost must have a good interrogation program to turn a wimp like you into someone who can take a decent beating, but you sure do moan like a bitch. Aranai twitched. Takuma noticed it, but pretended to ignore it and dug into his lunch. And you bruise like a peach. It's hilarious, actually. Halfway through, I was trying to see if I could draw on you. Even though they had only met yesterday and Aranai had been on guard against him, Takuma knew a few things about him through Chinatsu. She had his guard lowered when they were together, and even though he didn't give any sensitive information to her, he hadn't hidden his personality and quirks from her. The man had no patience for jokes made at his expense. You know, Chinatsu said you were one of her easier customers because she didn't need to do much to please you. You're hard before she touches and you get done quickly. All she had to do was make some easy fake sounds for her to get paid. Aranai had shut down since he started to torture him, but he needed him to open up, and for that to happen, he had to get him talking. He had worn him down by beating him up, and if he could get him angry, he would spout stuff he wouldn't if he was calm. Takuma wanted to keep him irritated, and then needle him for information by constantly undermining him. However, he needed to know about things Aranai was insecure about because what Chinatsu had given him was fairly limited. Fortunately, Takuma had a rich source of information about Aranai ready to spill in the next room. Chapter 248. A hidden frost genin entered the backyard of a house and stopped when he saw Ebi standing in the middle of the backyard. He couldn't put the feeling in words, but he stood silent and still, even though he had an urgent report to give to the jonin. Ebi was in a basic stance with his arms up in guard. The backyard had a healthy growth of grass in need of trimming, but the spot where Ebi stood was bare with the dirt beneath clearly visible. There were multiple lines of missing grass outside the circle, making something like a sun pattern, as though someone had uprooted all the grass to make the pattern. The genin almost missed it when Ebi kicked the air, creating a vicious sound of his foot cutting through the air. He also noticed that the gust created from the kick pushed against the grass, ripping a few blades, thus answering the question of the strange grass pattern on the floor. What is it? Huh? Why yes, our informant came through with information, sir. We have a location for Chunin Aranai and Jin and Ryoya. Ebi relaxed his stance and walked to a table in the corner to wipe his sweat with a towel. Which informant? The one inside the Kumi family. Did he confirm the other thing? No, sir. He only provided an address. Ebi hummed. Tell the squad to be ready and do the preliminary recon. We hit the location in 2 hours. I'll be personally leading the team. 2 hours later, a squad of hidden frost shinobi had surrounded the abandoned house. They had been observing the place since their arrival and hadn't revealed their presence by doing their reconnaissance under stealth so they could ambush the abductors. The street in front of the house was empty and quiet, but 2 streets away the shinobi prepared for the rescue mission. The squad was of 3 Chunin-led teams of 3 genin, who all worked directly under Ebi. Sir! A Chunin stood in attention as Ebi arrived decked in full combat gear for the operation. Are the preparations complete? We have set a perimeter and blocked entry into the area. The residents have been warned to stay in the area. The squad is ready to breach at your command. Any movement to and from the property? No, sir. No one has entered or exited the property. The windows are boarded, blocking any view from the inside, said the Chunin. The entire squad gathered around a rough exterior map of the property built through reconnaissance. 2 teams will lead the breach, said one of the Chunin as he drew lines on the map. Team A will approach from the front. Team B will go in from the back. Team C will stay out and surround the property to intercept the abductors in case they manage to slip past us. Sounds good, said Ebi, but I'll be the first one in through the door. Team A will follow after me. No one objected. They had no problems with the plan. With a jonin in lead, they practically weren't needed and all but had their safety secured. 10 minutes later, the squad was in front of the property, hiding behind the wall fence. Ebi casually walked into the property and stepped up to the door. He touched the old lock on the old door and frowned at the amount of dust sticking to everything. He pushed the door lightly, light for a jonin, and snapped the door in half after it came off the hinges. He waited for a moment to see if anything would pop up like explosive seals or an attack coming from his throat, but there was not a squeak in response other than the gust of hot wind that hit him in the face. He clicked his tongue. He looked back at the squad. Team A was behind him while Team B proceeded behind the house. What is it, sir? The Team A Chunin whispered. There's probably no one in the house, he sighed. There never was. There were no clean patterns on the doorknob, no shoe prints in front, no preventative measures, and the rush of hot air meant that the house hadn't been ventilated for a while. Regardless, Abi walked into the house to do his due diligence, and as expected, there was no one and nothing inside the house. Team B breached in from the back and Team A from the front. Both teams converged to the middle as they checked the house, finding nothing, not even lizards or rats scurrying around. A short and thin snake slithered through streets, keeping himself to the corners to stay under the shadows. He was careful not to be spotted by the humans who spelled trouble, and cautiously made his way to his destination. He relied on his innate sense of smell to follow the unique scent his mistress had laid on the path there. He raised his head to look at the abandoned house that was the source of the scent. It was the scent of blood. It made him reluctant to enter despite his mistress' request, but after mulling over it for a moment, he entered the property. He approached a barred window and coiled his body to jump to one of the bars. Inside, he saw a completely naked bloody human male hanging from the ceiling. "Fuck you," yelled the male with the swollen eyes and face. "Don't blame me for your incompetence. If I wanted to, I could have killed more than a dozen of your shinobi because you got greedy. Man, I could have killed you when you were buck naked on the bed because you couldn't keep your small dick in check. You're definitely the stupid type who dies quickly." He looked at the second human male sitting on a stool, who was laughing as he taunted the first male. The second male turned to look at the window, gazing right into his eyes. He was startled and tensed up, but got himself ready for either fight or flight. The second male didn't say anything and pointed with his chin to the door before exiting the room. He jumped down from the window and slithered to find the second male coming out from another room with a small pot of water that he set down in front of him. "Drink if you're thirsty," said the human. "Anko sent a message?" He looked at the pot of water with suspicion before looking up at the human and spitting out a battery-sized capsule from his body. "That's as gnarly as always," the human chuckled as he retrieved the roll of paper from the capsule. As he drank water from the pot, he looked up at the human whose smile slipped off his face as he read whatever his mistress had written to him. "Are you going to take a message back?" He shook his head. His mistress had only asked him to make a one-way trip and then return back home. "All right, have your fill before leaving," the human said as he walked away. The human had a grave, severe expression on his face. It seemed that his mistress' message hadn't been a good one. Hashiguro sat in his private office in the Kumi family's main residence, looking over the ledger of salaries paid out to his men. The family's business had slowed down by half since the shinobi had taken over. They had been able to pay their people, but with the decreased business, that was becoming difficult without actively reaching into their emergency funds, which Hashiguro did not want to do. Perhaps it's time to start holding back the salaries, he thought. The sliding door to his office opened and someone stepped in, but Hashiguro didn't look up from his work. "What is it?" he asked, but then he recognized the footsteps and looked up to see Takuma standing before him. "You." He was surprised, but calmed himself down and thought, why would Takuma be in his office like this? "You managed to sneak in unnoticed. Impressive. It wasn't difficult. Sit down." "No thank you," Takuma shook his head. "The Hidden Frost raided one of the properties today." "What?" Hashiguro's stomach dropped and he almost leapt out of his chair. "Which one?" It was a secret within the family only known by a few people, but the Kumi family had helped Takuma abduct 2 Hidden Frost shinobi, who were being held at a property procured through the Kumi family connection. However, Takuma had requested something very specific from Hashiguro. He wanted to keep the location a secret by giving people fake addresses. Everyone who knew was given a unique address and strictly asked to not discuss it with anyone else. The intention was quite clear, to identify a leak in the Kumi family if one existed. It was highly offensive to suggest that his family had a traitor in it, but Takuma convinced Hashiguro to go on with the plan despite his reservations. It was purely a preventative measure and he didn't think anyone from his family would betray their own. "Who?" asked Hashiguro. "Your son," said Takuma, bluntly. "It looks like Dear Giant holds a grudge for the beating you had me give him." Hashiguro couldn't believe it, he didn't want to believe it. His own son had leaked information to the enemy who had taken their home hostage. He didn't know what exactly had Giant leaked, but depending on what was said, the Kumi family was at a great risk. When he had made Takuma fight Giant, he wanted his son to understand how low they stood on the ladder, and if they offended the wrong people, it could spell their end. It was supposed to be a humbling experience, but Giant had learned all the wrong lessons. "What are you going to do?" Hashiguro asked Takuma. Giant had made a mistake, but he was still his son. He would do anything to save his son from the dangerous shinobi who he clearly knew wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he became a problem. Hashiguro couldn't allow that to happen even if it meant putting his life on the line, because it was a father's duty to protect his family. "Your face betrays your thoughts," said Takuma impassively. "You've been of great help, and I don't want to damage this working relationship we have, so I'm not going to do what I want to do, and suggest that you lock him up and find out what he blabbed to the Frost Shinobi. That said, I don't want him leaving the house so he can create more troubles for us. Have him spend time with his family and children to understand what's really important, because if I find out that he did something else, it'll end badly for not just him, but you as well." Hashiguro studied Takuma's face and eyes to peer at some of his thoughts, but the young shinobi didn't give anything away. Yet one thing was clear: if the Kumi family betrayed him again, he would get them back one way or another. Hashiguro knew Takuma had allies he had kept away from them. Even if they managed to somehow sink Takuma, those shinobi would seek revenge, and there would be no stopping them. "I will make sure he doesn't cause any more trouble." "Good." Takuma turned around to leave, but stopped to say one last thing: the hidden Frost Shinobi might come after you. It might be wise to go into hiding or make some preparations. Hashiguro nodded. "Thank you." If the hidden Frost Shinobi heard whispers about the Kumi family's involvement, they would stop at nothing to find their missing men. He put himself in their shoes, and if he had that much power, he would go after every possible party who was even slightly suspicious. If Giant really had told them that the Kumi family was involved, then the shinobi would come looking for them. He would do the same, and he had done the same. Takuma opened the door and exited. Hashiguro waited to see if someone spotted him, but 10 minutes later, no one came to him with the news of a break-in. But if one shinobi could reach him so easily, he had no idea what preparations he could make to stop an army of shinobi. Chapter 249. Hashiguro's family ate dinner together every day. Him, his wife, their son, their daughter-in-law, and the twin grandchildren. It was a family tradition, and no one was allowed to skip the meal under any circumstance, with very few exceptions. As usual, the family was together around the table. Giant's wife was trying to feed her twins, who seemed to want nothing more than to run around. Hashiguro's wife ate as she watched the twins with an imperceptible smile, and her husband and son sat opposite to each other and ate their meals in silence. Hashiguro glanced at his son and noticed that he had barely touched his food. "Not hungry, son?" Giant looked like he snapped out of some deep thought and looked up at his father before looking down at his food. Everyone on the table looked at him as well, and he felt their gazes. "I don't seem to have an appetite today," said Giant, and when he saw a look of worry over his mother's face, he added, "I'm all right, I just don't feel like eating today." "Any stress?" Hashiguro asked. "I'm just worried about the shinobi's movements these last few days," said Giant, putting his chopsticks down. "They've been aggressively patrolling the city, all of them, something they haven't done since their first couple months in the city. 4 of our guys have been busted, but they only returned 2 of them all bruised up. Their 2 missing shinobi have set them on edge." "That is indeed worrying," Hashiguro commented as he ate. "That must have been why you tried to fix things with them." Giant looked confused. "Father? They did it quietly, so the news didn't spread, but did you really think I wouldn't know?" Hashiguro looked up at his son. The look from his father was enough for Giant to understand what Hashiguro meant. His face stiffened before he regained his composure and tried to look like he didn't understand. "Father, I don't understand. I gave everyone different addresses." Hashiguro didn't beat around the bush, "and the address I gave you, and only you, was raided today. They didn't find anyone there, so no harm was done, but harm was done, wasn't it, son? Giant first looked dumbfounded, but with every word, he started to get more and more horrified. I don't really care that you put him in danger, but to think you'd break my trust and put the Kumi in danger? Is that how I raised you? Hashiguro's voice turned grave, deeper, and his face went from red to a deep purple. Father, Shut up. The entire room went silent. Even the young twins, who loved to run around and create a ruckus, stuck to their mother, looking between their father and grandfather in worried silence. Hashiguro's wife motioned for the servants to leave the room to give the family some room and privacy. Please settle down, she tried to calm her husband, worried about his health. What was it? Hashiguro ignored his wife. Did you feel you were less of a man because you lost to a child? That child is a shinobi, you idiot. Or did you do it because you wanted to be the head? Did they promise you control of the Kumi family if you became their lackey? Who do you think I built all of this for? Did you think this would go to anyone else? Giant tried to interject, fearing for his health. Father, This is all for you, he yelled. But you got greedy, and sold your own father's trust. He stopped to take a breath and everyone turned to Giant as the realization that he had helped out the hidden frost dawned on everyone. It was a shock for the adults to say the least. They looked at Giant, hoping he would put down the accusations by defending himself. A dark look appeared on Giant's face as he said, "This is all your fault. If you had just..." He trailed off when Hashiguro, who was previously vibrating with rage, swayed from side to side before collapsing. "Dear!" Hashiguro's wife immediately rushed to her collapsed husband and called out to the servants and guards. On the other side of the table, Giant stared at the figure of his father without moving. For all he knew, he had killed his father with his betrayal and the mere thought left him feeling utterly shell-shocked. Takuma sat on the floor in front of Ryoya, who looked deathly pale, had a deep dark circle under his eyes, sweat stuck to his skin. All in all, he didn't seem to be feeling very good in captivity. Anko and Takuma were partially to blame because of their interrogation, however, he hadn't been touched recently as Anko was absent and Takuma was focusing on Aranai. His current condition was more because of stress than any torture they'd inflicted on him. "So, Jonin Ebi's the one in charge?" asked Takuma. "He's officially in charge, though the other Jonin don't seem to think so," Ryoya responded in a feeble voice. He was slumped against the wall and was staring outside the barred window with a faraway look. "But he's the one who's actively managing the Chunin and the Genin. He handles the defense of city walls, the export and import of the city with the Land of Frost, the majority of communication with natives who took our side when we took over the city. He was the one to first meet and talk to them." Takuma noted the name on a pocket notepad. Ryoya had been quite forthcoming with him because he was a mentally weak person who had crumbled fairly easily. At long last, Takuma had found something that interested him. Jonin Ebi seemed to be the only Jonin doing his job leading the troops while the other Jonin were treating their time in Yu as a vacation, consorting with the city's rich and elite, and having the time of their lives. It would be a very significant blow to the enemy if we are somehow able to take down Ebi, thought Takuma as he circled Ebi's name multiple times. "Is there anything you can tell me about Khan's group?" asked Takuma. Ryoya shook his head. "I just know where they live, nothing else. They don't mingle with us." Takuma pursed his lips. The location Ryoya knew was most likely a red herring. He hadn't been able to find anything of significance about the Root Squad that would give any useful insight into the group. "Will you let me go?" asked Ryoya. Takuma didn't answer immediately. "If you don't try to escape and be honest with me, I'll eventually trade you to the Land of Frost. You have more value to me alive than dead," said Takuma. In truth, he didn't have the authority for his claims. Once Camp Banana invaded Yu and the Jonin arrived, they would decide what to do with a prisoner of war, not him. "Can I trust you?" Takuma smiled wryly. "Would it really matter if I said yes?" Ryoya stared at Takuma with dead eyes before letting his head go limp. Takuma knew it was his time to leave him alone when he started sobbing. He left him in a locked room to tire himself out from crying and then entered Aranai's room, who was in a much worse condition than Ryoya. Unlike his subordinate, he had yet to say a word since Takuma had started torturing him. Aranai was chained to the wall and looked up at him with defiant eyes. It had been 4 days since they'd started the abduction operation. Day 1 was the abduction, Day 2 was the initial interrogation, Day 3 was when the Hidden Frost visited the Chinatsu house, and Day 4 was the raid at the fake address. Takuma knew that Aranai thought he would be found by now, which would have been true if he hadn't put the safety measure in place with the Kumi family through Hashiguro. He grinned as he pulled up a chair in front of him. "In a couple hours, you'll be with me for 3 days." The moment he said that, the defiant look in Aranai's eyes wavered. "You shouldn't keep up hope, you know. They aren't coming to get you. I mean, how would they find you when we aren't even in you?" Not once during the entire torture and investigation had Takuma mentioned their location. Aranai had to assume that they were in the city because that was his only hope of getting rescued. The view out of the window didn't have any markers that would give their location away. When Aranai looked up at him, Takuma put on a devilish smile, and it worked because something cracked inside the mentally and physically exhausted Aranai. It was only for a split second, but the horror on the prisoner's face was unmistakable even when he cut all the emotion off from reaching his face immediately after. "You're lying," he said. Seeing him respond was good for Takuma. He had kept him speaking, even though it was curses and abuse up until now, but he had finally managed to find a chink in that armor. "You can take solace in that thought," Takuma smiled, "but I wonder what you'll think when they don't come tomorrow, the day after that, and after that, and after that, after that, and after that." He then stood and stroked Aranai's hair. "Perhaps if you pray enough, it'll come true and your people will burst through the door tomorrow." He stressed the word tomorrow to plant it inside Aranai's mind so he would think about it, hope for it, and pray for it, but when this thing didn't happen, all that hope and expectation would shatter and it would break him from the inside. After that happened, he would finally open up and let the information flow. Being rescued was the only thing that kept Aranai quiet. He withstood the torture that he and Anko had put him through because he believed that his people would find him in no time. Without it, he had nothing left, no reason to continue to sit through the agonizing torture. "Until then, you're stuck with me, I'm afraid. I'll see you in a few hours for our next session." Inside Chinatsu house, the team gathered together in the living room after dinner to have a discussion. "I've spotted 4 people," said Daiki as he sat beside the small Riku. "They have 12-hour shifts and the guard detail switches at around 9 in the morning." As the resident ranger, he had sneaked around to see the team that was observing them. "Whenever we go out, they place 2 people on our tail while the remaining 2 observe whoever's left in the house." He looked at Anko and she nodded. "My snakes also confirmed 4 people," she sighed. She had used her snake contract too much during her time in U and the costs were beginning to pile up. Every summoning contract had different terms and the snake contract had to be paid in flesh and blood, and lots of it. Depending on who she summoned, the length of the summon, and the task, she had to pay up the summoned snakes with animal meat of their choice, humans included. Given that she was in U, she had to defer her payments due to her cover, but a lot of snakes didn't care about any of it and wanted the payment quickly, which limited her options. Even then, the mission's 2-month period was too long for the snakes who were willing to take payment later. Soon, the snakes would stop responding to the call of her chakra. If she tried to push it, there was a chance that she would lose her contract altogether. "My suggestion is that we sneak Iori out 2 hours before the shift change," said Daiki. "I agree," Gaku chimed in. "That's the time frame where the possibility of a surprise is the lowest. As long as we get her back 30 minutes before the shift changes, we're golden." The reason for all of this back and forth was because of their 2 Hidden Frost prisoners, more specifically, the prisoner seals. They needed to be refreshed regularly and that time had come. Iori, the Fuenin, was the only one capable of drawing prisoner seals, so she needed to get to the location to do so. Those prisoner seals were the only reason why the team was so comfortable with leaving Takuma alone with the prisoners. "So, who's going on the outing?" asked Gaku. Everyone turned to Anko for the answer, who took a moment before giving her answer. Gaku and Daiki will take Iori. She breathed a deep sigh. They were in the final stage of their mission. Camp Banana, along with additional forces, were set to arrive at a pre-scheduled time regardless of how their mission went, and Team 9 was yet to send any solid information to the base. Camp Banana would arrive in 10 days no matter what, but Takuma needed to acquire the information within the next 3 days so she could send a report that they actually made some use of it. With only 3 days left until the deadline, Anko was beginning to grow nervous. Let's give him all the help he needs. 10 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 250. Sneaking out of Chinatsu's house was easy enough. They snuck out from the balcony in the back, using chakra adhesion until they were out of sight of the 2 people keeping a lookout. It was their second day on duty, and one would expect them to be alert, but it was late at night and they weren't used to the night schedule, making it the perfect time to sneak out. The moment they cleared out of the guard's detection, they broke into a full-on sprint, taking the shortest possible path to Takuma's safe house. As they neared the location, they threw in the typical tactics for losing tails by roaming around at a quickened pace, snaking through alleys and mixing in altitude changes before finally arriving at Takuma's safe house. They heard nothing as they entered the property, but as they neared the building, they heard faint sounds of someone being tortured inside. "He's doing it this late?" Gaku whispered, expecting Takuma to be resting this late at night. "Let's go, we need to finish this quickly," Daiki said, urging them. He was leading the trio and was the most tense during this outing. Getting caught meant having their cover blown deep in the enemy territory that absolutely terrified him. "Let's go inside." They vaulted over the building and landed in the open courtyard. "Takuma," Iori called, and the place went silent. The door to one of the rooms opened, but there was no one in the doorway, and they could only see a chained body laying on a bench inclined with wood blocks underneath one side. There was a puddle of water around the prisoner. Takuma stepped out from behind the wall after a full 5 seconds and looked tense with a kunai in his hand for a few moments until he breathed out and closed the door behind him. "Prisoner seals?" asked Takuma as he walked toward them. "You better have brought me something good to eat." "You look horrible," Iori immediately commented on Takuma's bloodshot eyes and dark circles, which had improved since he had come to you, but now were back to being terrible. "Are you fine? Do you want help?" "I'm fine," said Takuma as he twisted his body to crack his spine. "I can't have them getting comfortable, they're kept under pressure be it day, evening, or night. I'm making progress. I think I'll have them spill information tomorrow." When Iori didn't say anything and looked at Takuma ridiculously, and he stared back at her, Gaku moved them along. "Which one do you want us to do first?" asked Gaku. "Do Aranai first," said Takuma and put his hand forward. Daiki took out 2 vials of sleeping agents and needles from his pack and handed them to Takuma, who went back into the room to knock Aranai out so Iori could work on him without resistance. "So, which Hidden Frost shinobi came to the house?" Takuma talked to Gaku outside Aranai's room as Iori worked inside with Daiki. The message Anko had sent with the snake only had information about the Hidden Frost's raid. "A jonin named Ibi," Gaku answered. Takuma looked at him with wide eyes. "Really? I guess that makes sense. Ryoya tells me that he's the jonin managing everything while others are on vacation. I'm thinking that if we take him down, I mean not us, but someone else from the main forces, but if we take him down, we can crumble the enemy's support structure." That was the kind of information he wanted from Aranai, the kind of information they were sent to collect. "Why do you work so hard?" Gaku asked after staring at the tired Takuma lost in his thoughts. This is not your country, not your people, not your war, and yet you're working like a ghost with a vengeance." Takuma took a deep breath as he leaned against a pillar. "I'm not doing this for you or the land of hot waters. If things had turned out differently, I wouldn't be here at all. I'm doing this for myself, sure you benefit from my effort, but I'm putting in this effort because it progresses my career. If this goes well, when I return home, my achievements will push me over the edge and get me promoted, at least, I hope so. I hate being here." I'm living in the moment, drowning myself in accomplishing this goal because I know if I think about home, I won't have the energy to get out of the bed in the morning." Takuma then chuckled. "What?" asked Gaku. "I consulted with my teachers before coming here, and they said that wars are where shinobi are made, where legends are coined, where heroes are born, and whatnot, but I don't feel like a legend or hero." Takuma smiled as he pushed himself off the pillar. "But I guess I am finding out more about what it means to be a shinobi." "Is this it?" Ebi asked as he looked at a milling factory owned by a man called Motohiro. "Yes, our person in the Kumi family says the owner of this factory has been helping the Hidden Leaf Shinobi," said Ebi's subordinate. Yesterday afternoon they had received the information that the Kumi family head was bedridden and unable to lead his family. In his absence, Jian, the head son, had taken charge of the family. Jian was their contact inside the Kumi family who wanted the Hidden Frost's support in taking over as the family's head. In return, he gave them information about the intruders inside the city who had been creating problems in the shadows. Ebi had readily accepted. The Hidden Frost had a connection with the Goharu family, the Kumi's rivals, but he didn't care about either of the gangs. They were little pawns hungry for power who would beg for it if he asked. The Goharu family had lost a lot of favor by providing drugs that poisoned his men, so helping their rivals was an appropriate punishment. "Let's head inside then." The group of shinobi entered the busy mill. Dozens of workers roamed around their stations, but the moment they noticed the shinobi, all work ceased. Ebi gazed at them for a few silent moments, counting the number of people, and memorizing their faces. It was a force of habit from being a shinobi for decades. "I'm looking for the owner of this mill," he announced. A beer-bellied, hairy man walked out of a back room. It was Motohiro. He furrowed his brows when he saw the shinobi. Apprehension overtook the surprise on his face. Two more men followed after him, who Ebi guessed were his lieutenants. "Motohiro?" asked Ebi. "Yes, what do you want?" "We want Takuma." "You know where he is, right?" Ebi had to give it to Motohiro for holding his composure when asked a blunt question right to his face. "I don't understand." Unfortunately for Motohiro, the others didn't have the same composure as him. Ebi instantly noticed the fear and agitation of one of the men standing beside him. He just got confirmation about the information he had gotten from Jian. Motohiro ran a small resistance group and they had a connection with Takuma. "Are you sure you want to go with that?" Ebi asked again. "I think you're mistaken. I don't know anyone by that name." "I see." Ebi nodded. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Take them, everyone, even the workers." His subordinates immediately moved, expecting the order. They began rounding up everyone, ignoring their shouts, complaints, and cries. Half of the people didn't even resist, and just begged not to hurt as they looked scared stiff. Please don't, I have small children at home," a woman begged a shinobi trying to grab her. "Hey, you can't do that. I said I don't know anything," Motohiro yelled. "And I'm just supposed to believe that?" Ebi turned to the woman. "I understand your plight, miss, but I'm afraid your children have to fend for themselves for a few days." He put pressure on Motohiro, hoping that he would fess up, but the mill owner stayed silent. Ebi turned to the lieutenants he had clocked before. "What's your name?" "Mayachi." Ebi smiled. "Mayachi, let's start with something simple. Do you know who Takuma is?" Everyone looked at Mayachi. Motohiro looked at him, the other lieutenant looked at him, the workers looked at him. Everyone wanted him to deny that he knew Takuma so that the shinobi would leave everyone alone. "Why yes," said Mayachi. Motohiro closed his eyes and his body sagged from disappointment. The tension in the room deflated as well. The workers looked half afraid, half hopeful, afraid that the shinobi would think they were involved, hopeful that now they had someone who knew Takuma, they would leave everyone else alone. "Does Motohiro know Takuma?" "Yes." "Mayachi, you traitor." Motohiro's other lieutenant jumped and knocked Mayachi to the ground and started to choke him. "Wada, stop!" Motohiro yelled, but Wada didn't listen, so he tried to separate them to no avail. Ebi pointed at one of his subordinates to separate the murder attempt on the floor. He then walked to Motohiro, who looked so much different than he was a minute before. There was a weight bearing on his shoulders, a shadow in his eyes. Ebi put a hand on his shoulder. "I don't like liars, Motohiro. Now, we're going to have a long lengthy chat about it." Takuma and Aranai sat in front of each other in the torture room. He made sure not to clean it after each session so that just staying in the room became a kind of torture on its own. It stank of all manner of bodily fluids, some of which stained the floors and walls. Takuma sat on his wooden stool and Aranai was on his knees, his hands strung up with chains. "Are you ready to talk?" Why, yes." Takuma nodded. Finally, after so many days of hard work, he had broken the lock on the man and now it was time to open the door and let all the information fall through into his lap. "You understand the consequence of lying?" "Yes." Takuma hummed as he stood up, making Aranai flinch. He ignored him, though he was secretly pleased about it, and picked up a large notepad and started a 2-hour-long interrogation where he asked Aranai about the Chunin present in you. Who they were, a summary of their abilities, their responsibilities in the city, and any details he thought the base could use. Aranai was a Chunin and thus a hoard of information, and as a Chunin, he was between Jonin and Genin, which gave him significant information on both parties over and under him. After 2 hours, Takuma left the room and brought a hot meal, placing it in front of Aranai. Usually, he had fed him one cold, bland meal every other day to keep him hungry but functional. Now that he had submitted, Takuma could put away the metaphorical stick and start using the carrot to coax him into continuing to cooperate. "Good job. Now eat," said Takuma. Aranai looked apprehensive, but Takuma took a bite of the food to show there was nothing wrong with the food. Cautiously, Aranai pulled the plate towards him with his nailless fingers, and after the first slow bite, he scarfed down the food as though it could be taken back any second. Though to be fair, if he wanted to, Takuma could. He said nothing and let him eat in silence. After he was done, Takuma once again began another 2-hour-long interrogation, and after it was done, he moved Aranai to a fresh room that didn't stink and even had a toilet. For the third reward, he adjusted the chains in a position where Aranai could comfortably lay on the ground, and left him for a full 7 hours to allow him a good spell of sleep. For the seventh reward, in addition to a warm meal, Takuma brought Ryoya into the room, and placed both guys in the same room. At the end of 2 days of interrogation and rewards, the two Hidden Frost shinobi were spilling secrets as though Takuma was their best friend. It was afternoon when Takuma exited the room with a full notepad. He had done it. He had extracted all the information significant to the Hidden Frost's presence in you. There was more information about the Hidden Frost itself he could get from them, but that wasn't the priority, and the information had to get to the base in time for them to make use of it. Moreover, he no longer had the energy for it. After 2 days of dishing out rewards, his own was going to be long, undisturbed sleep. 8 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 251. When Takuma opened his eyes, his body felt more uncomfortable than ever before. He groaned loudly as he forced himself to sit up from the dirty cot that served as his bed with his muscles screaming murder. It was a bizarre experience because not only had he woken up without a sore muscle after continuous days of intense training, but he was a young teenager. He wasn't supposed to get sores and aches when he hadn't done anything physically taxing. "Fuck me." He stood up and stretched his body through the pain and half-limped his way outside of his room and saw his water clone sitting cross-legged in front of Ryoya and Aranai's room. The clone opened his eyes when he heard Takuma approach. "How long was I out?" asked Takuma. At this point, he didn't even know whether it was day or night. "Around 20 hours more or less." "That was long," Takuma said and then gulped down an entire bottle of water. It was fortunate that clones didn't need further focus after they were created. As long as Takuma didn't run out of chakra or wasn't killed, his clone would continue to exist until it ran out of chakra, so he had created one to keep watch over his prisoners while he went to sleep. He hadn't used clones to interrogate them because he didn't want to miss out anything that could give him an advantage in subsequent sessions. He also didn't completely trust himself, his clone, to perfectly transfer information through words. Any words between them? Nothing useful. Okay, I'm going out, said the clone. I'm exhausted. Takuma nodded and the clone walked away, confusing him, but then he turned around and ran towards him, dispelling himself a moment before they collided. A mass of water drenched Takuma from head to toe and he stood there stunned, not expecting that to happen. It had the intended effect because he was now completely awake. He chuckled and then went for an actual bath, changed his clothes, and prepared 3 sets of meals, before checking up on his 2 prisoners. They were chained to opposite sides of the room and their whispered conversation stopped when Takuma entered. "How are you 2 today?" he asked as he put the plates in front of them and sat down in the middle of the room with one of his own. There was an awkward silence in the room as the 2 prisoners stared at Takuma, who was too busy eating to pay attention to them. We told you everything we know, please let us go," said Ryoya as he cautiously looked at Takuma. Aranai had been tortured too much to make requests like that and was silently eating his food in small and quick bites, wasting no time in fear that the food would be taken away. Takuma's reward ladder had worked in making them more comfortable, but fear was hard to erase, and he expected for him to be affected for a long time, probably developing some level of PTSD. "I will let you go in a week," Takuma replied. "Why in a week?" Takuma glanced at Ryoya and that was enough to make him shut up and even scuttle back despite the distance between them. "Eat your food," he said. "I will keep my promise, you'll be released from my custody in a week's time." Even though he had gotten the information out of them and sent it out of the city to the camp, he had one more use for them. They were in the last week of their precursor mission and it was going to be the most active period. Given that the rest of his team was under surveillance, he had to do most of it all alone. "Behave and you'll return to your friends." After eating and taking care of his prisoner's hygiene, Takuma left the safe house. He couldn't leave a clone in his place to keep guard because a water clone had to be within a certain distance of the caster, otherwise it would be dispelled automatically. He was only planning to be out for an hour or 2 and was willing to take the risk and separated them into different rooms for safety reasons. Just like his first day in U, Takuma wandered around the town without a disguise. He had been in the city for 2 months, so his hair had gone from a fresh cut to beyond overgrown, he'd grown paler than usual and he had even lost significant weight from his face, giving him sunken cheeks. With all he experienced, he looked nothing like the picture plastered around the town. He peered into shops, observed hotspots, and avoided 3 groups of patrolling shinobi. The caution and fear lingered on the roads, which wasn't anything new, but there was an edge to it that he couldn't place. "So what's new, Pops?" "I've been living under a rock," Takuma asked a tea stall owner as he got himself a couple taiyaki. "The shinobi have been going through the town with a comb," said the stall owner as he served his order. "Oh, did they catch someone?" "Yeah, they arrested an entire milling factory under the suspicion of being traitors and helping rebels. If I remember correctly, the owner's name is Motohiro." Takuma's hand paused for a moment before he bit into his taiyaki, which felt tasteless in his hand. "That sucks, huh?" he said briefly, but his mind was racing. A mill owner named Motohiro? There was no chance that could be anyone else. How did the Hidden Frost know that Motohiro's rebel group was connected to him? Motohiro's was a small group and that was one of the reasons he and Gakka chose them, because they drew less suspicion and Motohiro was more involved in keeping his community safe over resisting the tyranny. Had someone inside the group betrayed them? He had to find out more. Takuma finished his snack and went to the one place he knew he would get information. But as he arrived at Hashigiro's estate, he was stunned to spot Hidden Frost shinobi outside the estate, standing guard. He immediately retreated and got a higher vantage point to see over the high walls, and after waiting for a few minutes, he caught a glimpse of a walking Kumi family member he didn't recognize. Had the Hidden Frost also found his connection to the Kumi family? Takuma then noticed one of the Kumi family members exiting the estate and immediately decided to follow him until they were a good distance away from the estate. The member was a man in his early 20s. He wore a tacky tracksuit, had a buzz cut close to the skin, and hummed a tune as he turned into a back alley to take a piss. He put his hand against the wall, and when he turned around he was startled out of his life because Takuma was standing beside him. "You are? Why are there shinobi at the estate?" The man looked like a deer caught in headlights and froze in place for a couple seconds before his fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and he chose flight and turned to run away. To Takuma, he looked slow as a turtle, and he kicked him when he moved his right foot. The man slammed into the wall and curled up into a ball after he fell to the ground. Takuma waited and watched him groan in pain for a full minute as he struggled to get up only to fail and slip back to the ground. "Let's try again. Why are there shinobi at the estate?" The man retreated into the alleyway, not at all aware that one of his hands was drenched in his own urine. He looked up at Takuma in fear and didn't speak a single word, making him sigh. He had done enough interrogation in the last week and his patience had worn thin. He was in no mood to be subtle about it, so he slipped a kunai into his hand and stepped forward to scare the shit out of the man, which he assumed would be much easier than doing the same to a shinobi. "Stop! Stop! I will talk, please don't kill me." "You'd better, because I won't ask again." Takuma stopped advancing and gave him a cold stare. "Why are there shinobi at your estate?" They were invited by a young boss, Giant." Takuma felt his body go cold. Giant was the leak who had given out the fake address to the Hidden Frost. He had talked to Hashiguro, who had promised that he would take care of it, but now there were shinobi at his house. That raised the question, had Hashiguro turned his back on him for his son? Or had Giant done something to his own father? What about Hashiguro? The B-boss is bedridden. The young boss took over and invited the shinobi. Why is he bedridden? I don't know. I just know that his health took a dive, the young boss took over the next day, and the shinobi came after that. Takuma closed his eyes and took a deep breath when he felt his anger rise up. They were a week out from the mission ending in success, and he didn't want things to go wrong because a piece of shit wanted more power by selling out his own city. I should have killed him when I first found out, thought Takuma. The only reason he had not killed Giant was because of Hashiguro and because he didn't want to lose the Kumi family's support, but now his supporter inside the family was bedridden. With the traitor in the head seat, Takuma knew he had lost the family's support. With Motoharo's group arrested, his team under surveillance, and the Kumi family no longer an option, he was truly alone with no real support. He wasn't going to make that mistake again. The two-time traitor had signed his own death sentence. He was going to start and christen the last week of his mission AU with Giant's life and blood. If he didn't do that, he would be angry for the rest of the week, and he didn't want to spend the most active week of the mission bubbling in anger about a piece of shit who didn't know what was at stake. Takuma looked down at the Kumi member, who was going to help him make that happen. "Let's talk. Tell me everything you know, and I will let you go," Takuma lied again. 7 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 252. The Kumi family estate had changed a lot in the past few days. It was usually a serene place, guests were rare, and only those who were trusted were allowed in. That tranquility had been broken by the outsiders who had all but taken over the estate. There was a discomfort among those who worked there, having to be in the presence of shinobi who were supposed to be enemies of the city. All of the changes had been brought by the young boss, who had taken over since the boss' health had taken a turn for the worse. The people had tried to question him about the changes, but Giant refused to give any reasonable justification and only replied that it was for the betterment of the family, but those in the know knew that Giant had collaborated with the Hidden Frost shinobi to gain control of the family. Just yesterday, a Hidden Frost jonin by the name of Ebi had visited the estate to have a closed-door meeting with Giant, and no one knew what was discussed, just that Giant hadn't looked pleased or even normal since the meeting. So this Gaku, he's a hidden steam shinobi? In another closed-door meeting, a Hidden Frost chunin questioned Giant. They had been going at it for 30 minutes already, and Giant was getting frustrated. He didn't think it would be like this. He thought he would be in full control of the family and his influence over the city would boost with the support of shinobi behind him, but they were treating him like he was lying to them, keeping information from him. Yes. And he's from you? I don't know if he's from here or not, but he had been living in the city for the past 5 years, but then he left soon after you guys arrived. Doesn't look like he left. In fact, he has been helping the hidden leaf trader. Giant glared at the Chunin. I already told you, I didn't know he was in the city until he made contact with us. I barely met him twice and both times. I don't know where he's right now or what he's doing now. My father was the one who mainly dealt with them. Your father, are you sure he's the only one who knows the real location? Yes, he sighed, he gave everyone fake addresses. Even you, his son? The Chunin chuckled, I guess it makes sense. Giant clenched his fist, digging his fingernails into his skin to control his anger. The shinobi didn't hide his sarcasm, it was dripping in his voice, he was mocking the choice he made of betraying his father and family. Even though he was helping them, he was getting mocked in return. Any more questions? He asked. The Chunin stared at him for a moment. Not for now. He stood up and looked down at him. We'll be in touch if we do. If your father wakes up or Takuma or Gaku make contact with you, reach out to us as soon as possible. Giant felt a pit in his stomach at the thought of his father interrogated by the shinobi. Yesterday when Ebi had visited him, he had shared the method and findings of Motohiro's resistance group's interrogation in graphic detail. The thought of his father going through the same treatment sent a chill down his spine. He hadn't thought that the shinobi might go after his father, and suddenly, he was regretting the choice he had made. He had no idea how to fix his mistake either because he'd taken hold of a hand that he couldn't let go of. The sliding door opened and without looking up, Giant said, Leave. I wish to be alone. When there was no response, no footsteps, and no sound of sliding door, Giant looked up to see one of the young members standing by the door. There was no expression on his face and he was looking at him without blinking. You, aren't you Miru's underling? Said Giant, unable to remember his name. He felt something off, but couldn't put his finger on it, and neither did he think much about it because he wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone. Just when he was about to ask him again, the underling spoke. Was it worth it? Excuse me? You got the control of the family, but at what cost? You've lost the respect of all who work under you, and those who agree are just bootlickers, yes men who would let you fuck their wives if you asked. What the hell are you saying? Do you realize what you're doing right now? Giant snarled as he got up to confront the lowly underling. It hit a chord in his mind because somewhere deep down, he knew it was true. Half the Kumi lieutenants had refused to talk to him and had shown the bare minimum level of support in the midst of a crisis. He had gotten the control of the family, but lost everything else. Even his mother had been cold to him. It looks to me like you don't want to be part of the family anymore. Giant raised his hand to grab the underling's throat, but he grabbed hold of his forearm when he was halfway through the motion. He didn't think much about it because as long as his opponent wasn't a lieutenant, no one in the family could compete with him with his strength. When he tried to push, the hand grabbing him didn't budge. He was surprised and this time tugged away, but wasn't able to free his hand, much less move it. What? Who? There was a sudden puff of smoke to reveal Takuma standing in front. In an instant, a primal fear rose from the deepest depth of his being as he stared at the cold, rigid black eyes. His heart was pumping and sweat built up on his skin as he felt the grip gradually tighten around his wrist. There was no question that he was in grave danger, so Giant followed his first instinct and screamed, but the moment he opened his mouth, Takuma swung a kunai and lodged it in his throat before he could utter a single syllable. Giant forgot about screaming as he went into shock. Takuma pushed him back, delodging the kunai. He tried to plug the wound, but nothing he did stopped the blood from flowing. You put some really good people, who care deeply for the city, in danger. You even poisoned your own father, you rat bastard, said Takuma as he stared down at him with nary an emotion on his face. Giant would have denied the claim, he hadn't done anything to his father, but he had lost his voice box. I'm less angry about the fact that you tried to sell me out and feel more pity towards Hashiguro that he raised a son like you. To face such betrayal by your own blood. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, which is why I hope your children aren't the first ones to find you like this. Giant stopped struggling as those words triggered the revolving lantern as his body became cold. He lay down on the floor and stared at the ceiling as his own blood pooled around him, seeping into his clothes. In his last moments, he remembered his little twins. He realized that he wouldn't be there as they grew up, that they wouldn't have a father figure. With his father bedridden and dead, who knew what would happen to the Kumi family? His children wouldn't inherit the Kumi family as one of the lieutenants would take over. He worried about his mother and wife, wondering how their lives would be if they would receive proper support in the face of his death. He hadn't impressed upon the family members to win their loyalty, but he hoped that at least his father had earned them some goodwill which would help his children. He saw Takuma at the edge of his darkening vision. The young shinobi knelt beside him and whispered something he barely caught. "I wanted to make you suffer. Luckily for you, I don't have the time, but I hope you rot in hell," he said before stabbing him in the heart. "I'm sorry," Giant said to his family before everything went black. Takuma moved away as the blood pool inched towards him. He looked down at Giant and the kunai in his chest. He was going to leave it there so people could tell exactly who had done the deed, but after some brief thought, he used Giant's blood to write "traitor" on the wall. He wiped his bloody hands on Giant's clothes and opened the door to exit the room only to find a woman who worked at the estate outside. She was surprised, which then turned to shock and fear when she saw the bloodstains on his clothes and hands. And then she looked past him into the room and saw Giant's corpse and bloody words. SSSHHH. Takuma pulled out another kunai and held it against her neck. He wasn't worried because the Hidden Frost shinobi had already left and no one on the property was a threat to him even if they all teamed together against him. "Miss, I don't want to harm you, and I won't harm you if you follow my orders. Nod if you understand." The scared woman nodded rigidly and hastily. "Good," Takuma smiled, which made him look sinister, which boosted the fear in the woman. "Do you see that tree near the boundary?" He pointed at the tree which was planted next to the estate's walls. The woman nodded again. "Very good. Now, I want you to walk to that tree and slowly count to 100 before doing whatever you want. If you move before completing the count, I will know, and you will end up the same as him. Nod if you understand." "Why yes, I will do it, so please." The woman seemed out of breath and looked faint. "It's okay, take deep breaths. I don't want to harm you, so as long as you follow my instructions, I can guarantee that you won't ever see me again," Takuma said in a calming voice, not sure if it would make any difference. "Now, go and stand there." The woman moved with shaky steps and kept looking back at him. He stayed there until she was a few steps away before disappearing, so when she reached the tree and looked back, he was no longer there. 1, 2, 3. Traitor. Ebi looked at the bold words written on the wall. It was his first time seeing words written in blood at a scene in person. He looked down at the dried pool of blood where the body used to be. They had moved the body, and all that remained was the kunai used for murder, which was now in his hand. "It's him." Ebi wasn't alone in the room. He looked at Khan, who stood next to the bloody wall, observing as though there was a secret locked in the accusing words. The question is if you can find him," Ebi asked. He had been involved in the interrogations of Motohiro's resistance group. They had rounded up all of the known group members, their family members, friends, and anyone who they thought could give them an answer, but no one seemed to have an answer. Takuma or Tobi, or whatever they called him, no one knew anything about him except for the fact that he was always with Gaku, the hidden steam shinobi. "He's been very careful since I caught him, but you seem to have pissed him off this time by arresting his little civilian rebels," said Khan, chuckling as though he found the entire situation amusing. There was a strange look in his eyes as he moved on to look at the pool of blood. "Have you questioned any of the lieutenants?" The Kumi were in a state of instability. They might have collaborated with him to take out the traitor. "They're being rounded up as we speak. Look into the Goharu family as well. He might have gone to them for help to take out the enemy's head." Ebi knew that the Goharu family hadn't been happy since they had been punished for Aranai's poison drug operation, and now the Hidden Frost, who was their backer, was getting close to their rivals. That was enough motivation to hire a shinobi to plunge the Kumi family into chaos by assassinating Giant while Hashiguro was bedridden. "I'll make the orders," said Ibi. Khan massaged and rotated his injured right arm and shoulder as he looked at Ibi. "I don't know why, but you should be prepared." "For what?" asked Ibi. Khan shook his head. "I don't know. Well, I have some idea, but after seeing this, something big is coming." He looked at the bloody message. 6 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 253. The old barber was cleaning and sanitizing his tools when he heard the chime above his door ring. He turned to see a young teenager wearing a brown hooded coat enter his barber shop. The simple black shirt and gray track pants he wore underneath it hung on his wiry thin frame like clothes on a hanger. He removed his hood to reveal his long greasy black hair that was frayed at ends, tangled in places, looking like it hadn't been combed in ages. "Take a seat," said the old barber. The teenager removed his coat and threw it on a couch near the door before sitting down in the barber chair. "So what are we doing today?" "Haircut," said Takuma as he stared at himself in the mirror. "Take away as little length as you can, but make it presentable." He'd kept his hair short his whole life because of the low maintenance, but it had grown a lot over the last 6 months and was becoming a bother. He would have cut it short again, but the long hair helped conceal his identity without looking suspicious. The old barber looked and touched his hair before nodding. "We can do that, but you'll have to pay up front." Takuma looked up at the barber with a raised brow, but it only made the old man shrug. "These are desperate times." Takuma sighed before handing the asked price and then closed his eyes, allowing the barber to cast his magic on his hair. Even though it was a simple haircut and dye, he enjoyed the short half-hour of someone taking care of him. It was a pity that he couldn't completely let his guard down. The old barber washed his hair and then proceeded to cut and style it. But as the barber was cutting his hair, he noticed the deep scars peeking out of Takuma's shirt and wondered how a young teenager received injuries like that. He looked at his face and was dumbstruck when he recognized it, looking at the wanted poster on the wall behind him through the mirror. The face was more gaunt and the hair changed his look, but it was the same face. The person sitting in his chair was the criminal wanted by the shinobi. "Keep cutting, old man." The barber looked down at Takuma and noticed him looking up at him. The tired eyes from before were sharper than the pair of scissors in his hand. Please, I don't want trouble." "Neither do I. The moment you're done with the cut, I'll leave." "I already paid you for it, so don't make me repeat myself," Takuma said and then closed his eyes, making himself comfortable in the chair. The barber cut the hair slowly to ensure that his trembling hands didn't make any mistake. It didn't make any difference that Takuma was trying to free the city because he was still a symbol of fear. He didn't mind and let the barber go at his own pace. It gave him more time to relax. He had turned the door sign to close when he entered without the barber noticing it. "I'm done." Takuma opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was straight, not greasy, and barely swept over his shoulders. He didn't like the look, but that was because he wasn't a fan of long hair. The barber had done a good job. "Thank you," Takuma said as he headed to the door, but spoke again when he reached it. "I shouldn't need to say it, but don't tell anyone I was here." "I don't mind if you do, but the shinobi will come and when they do, they'll take you away, interrogate you, might even torture you when you don't give them anything, which, let's admit, you won't because there's nothing to tell. Take my advice and forget that I was here, or you'll end up like the mill factory workers. If you don't know about them, a lot of them haven't been able to come back to their family." He paused. "Well, that's mostly because their families were also taken away, so think about that before you do anything." He didn't look back to gauge the barber's expression and flipped the door sign to open as he left. After getting a haircut, Takuma entered the factory base. It had been more than a week since he had stepped foot in the abandoned factory. Initially, the plan was to use the factory base as the safe house to hold Aranai and Ryoya captive, but Anko rejected the idea because the majority of their gear was in the factory as well, and if the Hidden Frost tracked him down while he was interrogating the two shinobi, they would lose all their gear. Takuma sat down on the dirty couch for a couple minutes before opening a trunk to retrieve a set of water-resistant explosive tags. There weren't many of them, only 24, because they were situational and standard explosive tags were already slightly water-resistant. However, these tags would work even if they were completely submerged in water for about an hour. He then retrieved his own personal gear before using makeup from a cosmetic bag to hide his dark circles and make himself look healthy. He smiled, and the makeup combined with his fresh cut made him look energetic and presentable. Moreover, he looked less like himself, which was always a plus in his situation. He didn't stay for long and was out of the base in under an hour after changing into neat, but worn-down clothes. His destination was a banquet hall in the ultra-affluent part of the city. When Aranai told him that the Jonin named Ibi handled everything, Takuma wondered what the other Jonin were doing during their vacation. So he pulled up the research that he had been doing since he arrived in U and found a big party held for no apparent reason. However, the part that interested him was there were shinobi who were going to attend the party, 1 Jonin, 4 Chunin, and 7 Jinin. He eventually reached the large, posh banquet hall and went around the back where he saw workers hurrying around doing their jobs, unloading stuff from carts, carrying carpets, flowers, fake pillars, and a dozen more things. He scouted the area and spotted a person who was ordering people around and managing the commotion. Takuma took a deep breath, put on a smile, and walked to that man. "Excuse me," he said. The man with salt and pepper hair dressed in a white shirt and black pants turned to look at Takuma. He wasn't in a good mood and looked annoyed to have been interrupted from doing his work. "What? Do you have a job?" "I'll do anything." "No, there isn't. Now go away and don't waste my time." The man turned away to walk away, but Takuma called out to him with a tone of rising desperation. "I'll do a job for food." Takuma continued when the man turned to look at him. "You don't have to pay me if you feed me." It was a desperate man's offer who just wanted a place to work and was even willing to work for free, and that was any manager's dream. "Will you wash dishes?" asked the man. "You'll be able to see your face in the reflection when I'm done with them," said Takuma. "Good, then you're hired." "Thank you," Takuma smiled. The evening arrived and the guests began to roll in as the sky darkened. The banquet hall was shining like a jewel, casting its light to the sky above. The front of the banquet hall was filled with glitz and glamour, with impeccably dressed men and women trying to outdo each other, holding the deep desire to display their affluence. Among them were a dozen or so shinobi who were the center of attention as they held the power among the guests. Most of them were Jinin, who had been brought by the Jonin and Chunin, but even then, the Jinin remained as the center of attention because there were simply more of them. The affluent natives tried to curry favor with them because it was much easier to do so, and the other shinobi could easily diminish their influence if they desired. Takuma was stowed away in the back of the kitchen, away from the celebrations, and very genuinely washing dishes and cooking utensils, putting his back into scrubbing the grease off of the large woks and pans. "Yeah, keep at it, you're doing good," said the man who had hired Takuma, who happened to be the manager. "Thank you, sir." Takuma grinned and scrubbed vigorously. He took the rack of clean dishes to the front and observed the waiting staff as they came in with empty glasses and went out with full glasses to keep the guests liquored up. He couldn't see outside in the hall, but he had to confirm that the shinobi were here. "Hey, are there really shinobi here?" he asked one of the waiters. Yeah, the last of them arrived a few minutes ago." Before Takuma could ask more questions, the waiter rushed back outside. The manager saw Takuma and yelled at him to go back to his station. Takuma had more questions, but getting the confirmation about the shinobi's arrival was enough. He returned to his station and continued to wash the dishes for the next hour until the party was at its highest. "I'm going to replace the clean water," Takuma said to the other dishwashers, and dragged the huge water basin outside to the tap. As the basin filled up, Takuma took out the stack of waterproof explosive tags and dropped them into it one at a time. When the basin was completely filled, Takuma weaved hand seals for the water clone jutsu and the water rose, trapping the tags within the writhing mass as it formed a clone. Unlike Takuma, who was wearing a checkered shirt and pants, The clone wore the waiter's outfit. I know the answer, but I've to ask, are you sure? The clone asked after he stepped outside of the basin. I fucking don't want to do it, but I'm choosing to, said Takuma, looking straight into his clone's eyes. There was no reason to make excuses to himself. He was more aware than anybody what he was about to do, and what would happen if he was successful. He was a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and even though he and his team had limited authority to operate in the country as part of the war effort, he was essentially an outsider and didn't have the authority to operate on the same level as a hidden steam shinobi. He could kill a couple people here and there who had clearly colluded with the enemy, allowing him to dispose of someone like Jian, but that was it. He didn't have the power to be the judge, jury, and executioner in a foreign country. I guess we will have to live with it, said the clone with a grim look. What about Anko? She won't support this. She'll be furious, said the clone. You might lose her trust. I know, he nodded. He was operating alone from the start and had autonomy, but there was an implied limit to what all he could do. His actions affected all of his team, and his autonomy was granted to him by Anko, the team leader, and all of his actions were a responsibility. His wins were hers, but simultaneously, if he did something wrong, she would be held responsible in addition to him. Sucks, doesn't it? Go now. We always cannot do it. Go! The clone walked into the building and Takuma stood there silently, staring at the little water left in the basin. He was glad he couldn't see his face in the turbulent water's surface. He didn't want to know what he looked like at that moment. The clone entered the hall with a plate of food. The guests had all sat down for the 10-course meal prepared by the best chef in the city. He had just swiped the plate of food from the counter and had no idea who it belonged to. Roaming along the edges, he kept within the shadows as the guests sat rapt, their attention fixed on a dance performance taking place. The shinobi sat in the center, close to the front, and were gathered in a tight cluster of tables alongside the most affluent residents of Yu. They enjoyed exquisite food and expensive drinks as they watched the performance. He spotted the Jonin's table and took a moment to gather himself. Because he was the one doing it, Takuma wouldn't have any memory of what was about to happen. That was both good and bad, and he himself wouldn't have to wait around to find what the consequences would feel like. As he stepped out of the shadow, the clone stopped and looked at his stomach. It rippled as the edge of an explosive tag peeked out. The original didn't have the practice of creating clones with things floating inside, and even the most skilled water clone user would have difficulty keeping one with multiple foreign objects inside perfectly stable. He had to hurry. He took the shortest path toward the Jonin's table, and at the same time, used the chakra the original had given him to trigger all the explosive tags inside of him. Their detonation period was 10 seconds long, and he could feel the instability climbing as the tags neared detonation. He was 2 tables away from the Jonin's table when the manager who had hired him stepped in front of him. He was dressed in a clean uniform and was frowning at him. What are you doing here? Fuck off. The manager stumbled when the clone pushed him away and desperately controlled himself to not crash into a guest's table. The clone finally arrived at the Jonin's table and stood a few inches away from the Jonin, switching out the plate in front of him. Thank you, the Jonin said as he glanced at him for a split second and then returned to looking at the performance. Are you sure about that? Said the clone. Pardon? What was that? The Jonin looked up at the clone, having missed what the clone said, but then looked at his glowing torso. He looked up at the clone with wide eyes, the horror only just beginning to dawn on his face. He immediately rose up to get away, but it was too late. The clone whispered, "Vacation's over." Boom! The 24 heavy-duty explosive tags inside the clone's body exploded simultaneously and created a blast so intense it blew everything and anything near it across the room. The table, chairs, people, cutlery, food, decorations, floor tiles, everything, was hurled away from the sheer force created by the 24 tags. Not a single person in the hallroom, the guests, staff, performers, was left unharmed. The people near the epicenter were ripped apart beyond any hope of recovery, while those far from the splash zone sustained severe injuries. When the noise of the explosion died, only screams filled with pain, fear, and horror remained. In the same second, Takuma felt his clone die. The banquet hall was hit by severe tremors. All of the staff in the back screamed in fear when they felt the building shake. They would have thought it was a strong earthquake if not for the noise of the blast that scared everyone. He calmly got up and walked out of the building with the rest of the people who rushed as though their lives depended on it, pushing each other to be the first one out. And while they gawked at the building, he continued to walk and broke into a sprint when he was out of sight. He got away as fast as possible, not willing to risk coming into contact with any of the shinobi that would be at the location in a few minutes' time. If he got caught, he would have a fate worse than death. He eventually stopped behind in a back alley he wasn't familiar with and leaned against a fence wall. He had just massacred the city's elite to kill one jonin, a few chunin, and half a dozen genin. The enemy shinobi aside, he had killed the turncoats traitors who had betrayed their home and country. They were scum who deserved to die. However, in doing so, he had sacrificed several innocent people who were simply in that banquet hall to earn a living for themselves and their families. They hadn't done anything wrong. Takuma's chest heaved as the consequences of actions hit him with full force. What had he done? Those people didn't deserve to die. Not even someone from the hidden steam would be justified to kill them. I killed a jonin. He had made the upcoming battle safer for the main forces, which would most definitely save lives which would have been lost if that jonin was on the battlefield. 100 thoughts populated his mind, trying to justify his actions so he could send away the horrendous feeling attacking his mind, body, and soul. Takuma closed his eyes and suddenly all of the chaotic thoughts parted and a single memory took center stage. A tragedy of fire painted the scene as the screams and cries of innocent refugees filled the space. Men, women, elderly, and children all begged and struggled for their lives as a team of shinobi razed the camp to the ground, massacring everyone without any mercy, all of it done in the name of sowing chaos in the heart of the enemy to gain an advantage. The smiling face of a sweet little girl with a missing front tooth playing with her doll flashed past Takuma's mind and he felt something inside him break. He felt something coming up and bent down as a thick rush of fluid hurled out and splashed on the wall, twice. A sharp whiny stench filled the cool air. He staggered, nauseous, and squatted in the middle of the street with his face buried in his tucked knees. Breathless sobs echoed in the dark and empty street for a minute before they abruptly ended. Takuma got up with a blank slate of an expression with dull eyes. His body trembled that he stopped by clenching his fists to wrestle back control of his body from his emotions. I killed a jonin, he said to himself. Even if the shinobi had somehow survived, which he doubted, one thing was for sure, when he was liberated, the power balance and social ladder of the city would go through a massive change. For he had plunged the city into chaos and from that dark night of chaos a bright future would emerge. 4 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 254. Martial law was declared in the city and people were ordered to stay inside their homes and only leave if it was absolutely essential. Anyone wandering outside were subject to mandatory search and interrogations and even arrests if they were even slightly suspicious. In Shinatsu's house, the entire team sat together with a somber atmosphere bearing down on them. Even though the hidden frost shinobi were keeping an eye on them, it didn't mean that they were chained to the house. They had to keep up appearances and go about their days as usual, which meant finding new clients, meeting those clients, taking care of their regular needs. They had found out what had happened last night, or at least, a part of it. There was no official news regarding the explosion that killed dozens upon dozens of people, and their source of information was a varying cluster of rumors floating around the city. They were calling it a terrorist attack that had killed many of the city's well-respected and beloved people. Of course, given the location of the blast, a high-end banquet hall, those people were neither well-respected or beloved, but at the same time, there had to be staff that worked in the banquet hall who were also killed. He really blew them up? Daiki gulped nervously. Why would he do that? Kamiko asked, her brows locked in a furrow. The team couldn't be sure that it was Takuma behind it, but they had to assume so. After Motoharo's group had been arrested, the various resistance groups had gone silent in fear that they would be pulled in and were biding time until the heat subsided. We can't just assume it was him, said Iori, defending her youngest teammate. Even though Takuma had been largely operating independently from the rest of the team, Anko was still their leader, and most things were pre-approved by her before they were executed. If Takuma was the one behind the blast, that plan wasn't approved by her. Giant's murder wasn't approved either, but the team understood why he had done so, and that he needed autonomy when they were under surveillance, but killing so many people, it was hard to come to terms with that. Killing came with the trade, but most shinobi didn't enjoy it, at least, not at first. The bosses won't be happy, Daiki commented. Yu was a city in the land of hot water, thus it came under the purview of the Hidden Steam, and even though Hidden Leaf was heading the mission, they couldn't just kill such a large amount of civilians even if they were turncoats who were helping the enemy. That duty and right belonged to the country's daimyo and the Hidden Steam. Outsiders like them weren't supposed to overstep like that, and there were real chances that Takuma and the team would get in trouble because of it. You're silent in all of this, Anko looked at Gaku sitting beside Shinatsu. This is your city, don't you have any thoughts? Gaku stared at his lit cigarette, he hadn't taken a drag in a minute. He looked up at Anko and chuckled. As long as it benefits him when he returns home, he will do anything, recalling Takuma's words when they had gone to renew the prisoner seals. Everyone was confused, and when Anko asked him what he meant, Gaku remained silent and just smoked his cigarette. Let's worry about this after we have confirmed that it was him. It's useless to speculate when we don't know if it was him, and if it was him, then I believe there must have been a reason. Riku walked away from the group and went up to the second floor. Even though what she said was true, it didn't alleviate their worries one bit. Riku went to the room she shared with Kimiko. It was small and felt claustrophobic when she was agitated, like she was now. She stood by her words of not judging Takuma before they had all the facts, but she was still nervous if it was true. She couldn't help but think that the blast might be an act of revenge. Motohiro and his group were Takuma's contact that he developed, and they had been arrested because Giant from the Kumi family had turned traitor. Riku wondered if Takuma blamed himself for that. He had obviously punished Giant, but what if he had taken revenge against the turncoats by blowing them up when they were enjoying their lives as the rest of the city suffered? There was also the unspoken problem of the banquet hall staff that had died during the blast. She could tell that Anko didn't like that Takuma might have killed so many people, but Riku didn't care about the traitorous turncoats, but the death of the blameless staff didn't sit well with her. If Takuma was indeed behind the blast, then she was of the opinion that he was in the wrong. Flip! Riku's instincts sharpened when she heard the familiar sound of a kunai and immediately hugged the wall to get away from the window where she was an open target. She got ready to jump to the door so she could rush down to inform her team about the attack when she noticed the kunai embedded in her floor. Its handle was wrapped in cloth like they usually were, but she noticed that the cloth had black spots of ink. She considered that for a second and then crawled across the floor to grab the kunai before jumping back to the wall. Unwrapping the wrap, she noticed that there was writing on the inside of the cloth. It was in code, so it took her a moment to decode and understand, but when she did, she walked down to the living room where the team was still discussing the explosion. She stopped on the stair steps when she registered what she just read before rushing into the living room. He killed a Jonin, 4 Chunin, and 7 Genin, she announced. The conversation died down and everyone looked at her. What? Asked Anko. Riku gave her the cloth wrap and Anko's lips parted in surprise as she read the words written by Takuma. Anko gulped. He killed a Jonin? He killed a Jonin. He killed. The room went silent before exploding into questions. Kimiko got up and snatched the wrap to confirm for herself. They couldn't believe it even after they read it with their own eyes. Their source of information was gossip they had heard from others, and in that gossip there was mention of shinobi being part of the dead was nowhere part of the gossip. The death of a Jonin changed everything. The team was sent to you with some expectations, but killing a Jonin was nowhere in those expectations. That one Jonin off the board was so big that the 4 Chunin that he had killed weren't noticed. The impact he made was so huge that if the entire team decided to duck out of the mission right now, it would still be considered a massive success. But that wasn't the entire message from Takuma. What about his suggestion? Iori asked. At the end of his message, Takuma had suggested abandoning their cover and going into hiding because after his blast, the Hidden Frost Shinobi would be picking up people who were even remotely suspicious, and the team was more than remotely suspicious. For their safety, it was better for them to go into hiding before they were arrested by the shinobi. I think we should go into hiding. Gaku looked at Shinatsu with a somber look. Your job is done. I think it's better if both of us go into hiding as soon as possible so I can keep you safe. Wait, both of you? You're planning to split up? Kamiko asked with a frown. The entire team looked at Gaku because of that. Like Shinatsu, my job as your native contact is over. I'm going to take Shinatsu with me to hide somewhere safe none of you can find us, Gaku said as if stating the obvious. We're going to only show up after the main forces invade the city and the dust settles. Until then, it's going to be like we don't exist. The team was taken aback because Yu was Gaku's hometown and he was refusing to fight for its freedom. They thought about their respective hometowns and they would have done anything to protect their home, so they thought that Gaku would be fighting with them. Don't give me that look, Gaku sneered at them. I was pulled out of retirement. I'm not a shinobi anymore for a reason. I'm not going to put my life in danger by participating in a full-on battle. There was a silence in the room. They couldn't force Gaku to participate, and even though it felt morally wrong, he was only brought in as their inside connect and not an active combatant. It was as he said, his job was done. Do you need any help? Anko asked Gaku. I'll manage, Gaku smiled lightly. Very well, Anko stood up. We leave in the evening, all of us. After 2 months, they were going to shed their covers and return to their lives as shinobi. Ebi was nursing a drink alone in his office when he heard a knock on the door. He looked up to see Khan at his door. Before he could send him away, Khan stepped into the office and settled down across from him on the table, sighed as he rubbed his shoulder. I'm not in the mood, tree hugger. If you value your life, leave this instant, Ebi said as he picked up his glass. He wasn't always sure where Khan was from. He had a few guesses that he shaved down from observing the man, but when he provided detailed information about Takuma, it made him sure that Khan was from the Hidden Leaf. Khan didn't move and even had the gall to smile. Ebi wanted to punch a hole in his face. Were you close to any of those shinobi? He asked. They hadn't known each other for long, but Khan hadn't seen Ebi drink once in that time. The Jonin was a workaholic with absolutely no vice, or he had done a great job hiding them from him. Seeing him drink meant that he must have been affected to get intoxicated. Ebi sighed. The Hidden Frost is a small village. I don't know about the big villages, but for us, if you were a Jonin, you knew other Jonin because there aren't many of us in the first place. I wasn't his friend, but I knew him. We went on missions when we were Chunin and even did a couple missions as Jonin. Hell, he even invited me to his wedding, all 3 of them. Well, I can't relate. Don't have much experience with weddings, Khan chuckled. Ebi put his glass down and his chakra flared. Khan froze up in his chair and clutched the armrests as he faced the Jonin's full, blood-stained fury. It was intense, but nothing he hadn't faced before. If you want me to put you out of your misery, just say it, Ebi rose up from his chair. It was him, Khan said, the killing intent making it difficult. Who? Takuma. Again, how does that help me? Asked Ebi as he walked around the desk, increasing the bloodlust expressed through chakra, suffocating Khan. Hek killed a Jonin. That was his true target. The muscles in Khan's neck flexed as he continued, the Hidden Leaf is coming for the Sea City, and they are coming soon in. That made Ebi stop. He pulled his bloodlust back and glared down at Khan. What do you mean? He asked. Khan took a moment to catch his breath and comfortably slumped in the chair before continuing. He took out a Jonin and 4 Jinin, just in a day. Your combat ability has taken a significant dive. I think the Hidden Leaf sent him to the city to weaken you from the inside and prepare you for the forces who will take the city back. You said, soon. Why do you say that? Khan raised his fingers one at a time. He poisoned your shinobi. Kidnapped 2 of your shinobi the next day. murdered one of the city's criminal big shots in his own home. And now he took out the city's most powerful along with some powerful shinobi. A look of begrudging respect appeared on Khan's face. Not only are the civilians fearful because of the blast and martial law, but your men are restless because one day they were ruling the city and in the next day, they lost a jonin and 4 chunin. They're scared that they'll be abducted like Aranai and Ryoya and disappear, or die in a freak explosion. There's nothing you can do to remedy that. That guy has primed you guys to be an optimal target for an invasion. How soon? Ebi had noticed how agitated his men were as they sifted through the debris in search of clues, wondering if the chunk of meat they found belonged to their fellow shinobi. He had to imagine everyone else was feeling the same. I'll give you less than a week. 3 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 255. Takuma opened the door to Aranai's room, waking up the prisoner laying down on the dusty floor. It had been a few days since the torture and beatings had ended, giving Aranai the time to recover, and he would have recovered faster if not for his chakra locked under the prisoner's seal. He was alone in the cell, Takuma having separated him and Ryoya before he left for the banquet hall. Takuma walked towards Aranai, forcibly putting an end to his spiraling thoughts. He nudged him with his foot. "Wake up, it's time," said Takuma. Aranai sat up with a groan and looked at him suspiciously. Takuma took out a syringe loaded with the sleeping agent he had received from Iori when she had come to refresh the prisoner's seals. "What's that for?" asked Aranai. "Well, I can't have you leaking our location, so we'll be transporting you while you're unconscious." He could have told them the truth now that he had the information, but he chose to continue the ruse about their being out of the city. "I'll leave you in front of the city council building. Your people will pick you up from there." Takuma knelt in front of Aranai and reached out for his arm only for him to struggle violently with a fearful, crazed look on his face. "You're lying, aren't you?" Takuma didn't meet his eyes and grabbed his arm again, but he once again shook it off. "Let's not do this. You are lying. You never planned to let us leave alive." Aranai spoke barely above a whisper before opening his mouth to yell at the top of his lungs. I don't want to die. You're going to kill." Takuma socked him in the face with an augmented punch, knocking him out, but not before his head slammed against the wall behind them, doing even more damage. As he watched Aranai slump forward, he suddenly felt so incredibly tired, so much so that he didn't move for a couple minutes and stared into space. Eventually, he injected him with the sleeping agent. Even as he struggled to push the plunger down, his hands felt like they had no strength. He lay down beside Aranai and mindlessly stared at the ceiling, not wanting to move or think, finding everything too exhausting. He wanted to close his eyes and take a short nap to energize himself, and even close them for a few seconds, but knew that if gave in, he wouldn't wake up for at least half a day. So he got up and forced himself to wrap Aranai's torso in a thick cloth wrap, encasing him in a makeshift straitjacket. He then repeated the process with Ryoya, who had unfortunately heard Aranai's screams and was terrified. Takuma's patience had worn thin, and he once again used excessive force to resolve the matter quickly. He looked down at the 2 unconscious shinobi. Aranai was right in thinking that he wasn't planning to let them go alive. It wasn't always going to be like that. There was value in keeping them alive and letting the Jonin decide what to do with them. However, after the events at the banquet hall, his plan was to incite chaos, and their death would add to the already swirling pool. If the Jonin had any issues with that, then there wasn't much they could do. Inciting chaos was the reason Team 9 had been sent to you anyway. Ebi didn't think he had made any big mistakes during his time in you. Perhaps he had not done enough, but he hadn't made any explicit mistakes resulting in the deterioration of the mission. Sure, he assumed responsibility for everything that happened, but not before pointing fingers at the other Jonin who dumped all their responsibilities on his head. But he had to admit, he had made a mistake by being passive in pursuing leads in Aranai and Ryoya's abduction, and now, he had lost 4 more shinobi. The 4 genin surveilling Shinatsu, the courtesan, and her group were missing. He stood up on the roof of a house across from Shinatsu's house as the sun broke across the horizon. The amount of blood on the roof told him that all of his surveillance team was dead. He didn't know when they were attacked, but when the other team arrived to relieve them of their shift duty, they found the blood and the team missing. "Where are they?" he asked the Chunin responsible for securing the area and collecting clues. "This is all we found, sir," the Chunin said stiffly. All they found was 4 sets of uniforms and gear belonging to the team. Their bodies were missing. Why would they take their bodies? Are they alive? If so, why leave their clothes behind? Ebi half said to himself while also questioning the Chunin. They are absolutely dead. The one to answer was Khan standing on the other side of the roof. "What makes you so sure?" Ebi asked as he walked to him. "Look at this," Khan pointed at the bloodstains on the floor. The stain was strange and looked like someone had dragged a body through blood, leaving a trail, but the trail was in a curved pattern. "What is it?" Ebi asked, confused. "These are snake trails," said Khan with a furrow between his brows. "Snake trails?" Ebi looked at the blood trail and felt doubtful because the width of the trails were at least a foot wide and he didn't think there were snakes that big in the region. But then the realization hit him and his blood went cold. The snake summoning contract. Are you saying it's him? As a Jonin, there weren't many people who he genuinely feared in the world. A lot of people thought of Jonin as a monster, and they weren't wrong given the difference in power, but Ebi knew that he wasn't a monster. Not when there were real monsters in the world, and the snake Sannin was one of those monsters. "It's not Orochimaru. We would probably already be dead if he was here," said Khan, displeased. "Then who?" "There's only one other person with the snake contract, his student, Mitarashi Anko. She's in you, and she fed your shinobi to her snakes." Ebi knew that Orochimaru had a student, but he wasn't aware of her name or her achievements. But seeing that she was his student, he could only guess that she wouldn't be a slouch. "Is she a problem?" he asked. "She holds the rank of Chunin. She's strong, vicious, ruthless, everything you'd expect from the snake student. You can take her in a fight, but that's not the problem." Khan placed a hand on his shoulder as he rolled it. "The problem is your 2 abducted shinobi. She would have run out all the information out of them, and that's a big problem. The surveillance reports don't show any suspicious activity," said Ebi. "She could have deceived them. We can't rule that out." Ebi tapped his feet. He had to assume Aranai and Ryoya gave up information, meaning they were at an immediate disadvantage. The enemy would come prepared for the personnel they had in the city but also plan for the strategies and operating procedures they had established to combat attacks. Moreover, they had also lost a Jonin and 4 Chunin, and he knew that he wouldn't be getting a Jonin replacement despite sending a report back to the Hidden Frost the day before. Even if they sent more Chunin and Genin, they would barely arrive in time according to Khan's estimate for the impending attack. The silver lining was that the Jonin's death had finally woken up the forces and all the Jonin and Chunin were finally preparing their teams. Ebi had even given the order to update their strategies to make up for the troops they had lost to the blast, but if the enemy had their plans, he wondered if those updates would be useful. They would have to change everything drastically, but those things took time to not only plan but also implement. They had no time, and that made it, as Khan said, a big problem. As Ebi wrapped his head around the situation and thought of short-term solutions, a Genin not part of the team handling the scene rushed to the roof. "Sir!" "What?" asked Ebi. He could tell that it wasn't good news. The bodies of Chunin Aranai and Genin Ryoya were just found hanging in front of the city council building. When Takuma entered the factory base, he felt a wave of emotions well up inside of him when he saw the team sitting on the dirty couch and chairs, locked in a serious discussion. It hadn't been that long since he had seen them. He had seen Iori just a few days ago, but seeing them all together brought up a sense of comfort that he desperately needed. He clenched his fist and dug his nails into his palm to control himself from tearing up and then took a few deep and long breaths before stepping out of the shadow. "Where are Chinatsu and Gaku?" he asked as he announced his presence. "Oh, thank God, you're safe." Iori jumped from the chair and enveloped him in a hug. Takuma leaned into the hug and embraced her back. "It's great to see you as well," he said and wanted to smile but couldn't muster one. "All of you as well," he nodded to everyone else. So what about the other two? They bounced and will stay hidden until everything is over, said Anko. She had been dressing in clothes suitable for a handmaiden, but now with that over, she quickly reverted back to her normal hairstyle and now only wore a sports bra and short pants as she sat with her feet up on a table. Everyone else too had changed into their comfort clothing. Of course he did, said Takuma with a groan, slumping into the couch beside Riku and half leaning against her small frame. He's a piece of hot garbage. What about Aranai and Ryoya? Asked Kamiko. I killed them, said Takuma flatly. Hanged them up in front of the city council building, and then slit their throats. To be quick and safe, he had created 2 water clones to do the job. Using a significant amount of chakra, he was more exhausted than ever, he had a fever, and his muscles felt like lead. We killed the shinobi keeping an eye on us. Anko fed them to her snakes, said Riku. That's great. 6 shinobi found dead in 2 different spots, that's a massive blow. Takuma then looked at Anko. Gnarly. That must have helped with making up for the snakes. It did. I just might be able to summon a big one to help me in the battle. That's good. A quietness snuck into the base as the team stared at Takuma, who was blinking down at the floor until he noticed everyone had gone silent. He looked up and was surprised to see everyone looking at him. What? Do you want to talk about the blast? Daiki asked. Takuma stiffened and leaned away from Riku as he felt the eyes on him. He then noticed that he was simply curious and realized that he was overthinking it. What do you want to know? How did you do it? Asked Kamiko. Got myself a dishwashing job at the banquet hall. Inserted the waterproof explosive tag into a water clone, dressed him as a waiter, and then sent him right next to the Jonin to blow himself up. The people there were rich and powerful, and none of them saw a lowly waiter as a threat. He noticed that they wanted to talk more about what he had done but didn't want to talk and was about to switch the topic to their experience when Anko interrupted. Takuma, I want to talk to you alone. He got up and followed her to the other side of the factory base. Is this about the blast? He asked. Seeing that she had taken him away from the team, he guessed that she wasn't happy with him and didn't want to scold him in front of the team. Of course, it's about that. Anko's voice was sharp, her expression stern. She had a deep frown on her face. Do you realize what you did? I killed a Jonin, said Takuma stiffly as though repeating a mantra to fortify his mind. You blew up dozens of civilians. That's what you did, Anko raised her voice. Do you know much of a mess this might lead to? The hidden steam will make a huge stink out of this. This could reach the Hokage and Fire Daimyo, and all of us will be screwed if the tiles fall on the wrong side. They were traitors, they deserved to die, Takuma said in his defense. Really? You want to justify it like that? Anko stared down at him with a hard look. What about the staff? Did they deserve to die? Was simply working in that hall to put food for their families made them traitors? The screams of terror echoed in his head. Takuma grabbed the bridge of his nose and turned his head away slightly as he said, they were unfortunate collateral damage. There was no better place to take out a Jonin than that banquet hall. Most of the staff was in the back of the house, they were safe. That was not your choice to make, said Anko, the look of anger worsening. He hadn't seen her this angry ever, not even when she was mistreated by Toradesu. We are not hidden steam shinobi. This is not our country. We are outsiders with limited operational freedom. A few people here and there are understood and thus covered, but blowing up a banquet hall and sacrificing civilians is not something you can do. It's not something any of us, even me, can do. She began to pace around with her hands in her hair. He could hear her taking deep breaths out of anger to calm down. She continued, yes, I gave you the autonomy to operate, you are allowed plenty of freedom. But you should have known better, Takuma. I have saved lives, Takuma said in his defense but couldn't meet her eyes. It was our mission to weaken the enemy, I just did my mission. I have made the attack on the city safer for the main forces by taking out the Jonin and the 4 Chunin. I have made sure that after the city is freed, the good people of you will be in control of their homes instead of those turncoat traitors. His volume rose, and his tone became harsher as he defended himself. He had to justify his actions because he didn't want to accept any other scenario where he hadn't done good. When Anko didn't reply, he looked up to see that the anger had disappeared, replaced with a muted look of disappointment, which somehow hit much deeper. He clenched his fist as his heart thumped louder. "Don't look at me like that," he thought. "Go back to being angry." "We are shinobi of the Hidden Leaf from the Land of Fire," she said, her voice much calmer, no flatter, than before. "The rules of engagement between civilians and shinobi have long been established. Not to mention this is the land of hot waters, we are outsiders, we can't make judgments like the one you made. The people of this country deserve to deal with the people you call traitors on their own, that's their right, you took it away from them. If someone else did what you did in the Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf would have considered it an insult to the entire nation, even if it was one of our allies." Takuma knew that. He knew all of that. He had simply chosen to ignore all of it so that he could hurt the enemy in the worst way possible. Taking away a Jonin was the way to send fear into the hearts of the enemy who were abusing the lives of the people in the city. "I'll be honest, I don't think you'll be punished," said Anko with a sigh. "I don't really care about the turncoats, they're dead, that's it. I care about the staff, but I don't think the people up the chain will care because you killed a Jonin, and unlike us, they aren't here in this city to see what it's like for the people. As you said, you did your mission and made it safer for the main forces. I just don't like the way you did. The fault also lies with me because it only happened because I gave you the autonomy. If things do go wrong for us, don't worry, I'll take my share of the responsibility." Anko shook her head and then turned to walk away, leaving Takuma alone to deal with what he had been thinking all along and was now thrown more bluntly than he had expected. 2 days remained until the main forces arrived at you. Chapter 256. Halfway between Camp Banana and the spring city of Yu, there was a temporary base with more than a couple hundred shinobi where Camp Banana's troops had stopped on their journey to recapture Yu. It had been a day since the troops at Camp Banana had left. They had only received information from the precursor team that had infiltrated the city a week ago, but the quality and quantity of intelligence was impressive and made up for how long it had taken to be delivered. Inside a tent built in the middle of the base, Jonin Shirakumo of the Hidden Leaf stood in front of a large, circular table where a map of Yu and the surrounding area was spread out and pinned down. The walls of the city were constructed with specialized earth-nature ninjutsu, making them incredibly durable. He traced a wooden pointer on the thick dark walls highlighted on the map. The plan was to create 2 openings in the wall and breach the city with a 2-pronged approach. "However, it seems that won't be possible anymore," he said, looking at the 3 hidden steam shinobi around the table. Camp Banana didn't have enough manpower to take back the city. According to the reports, there were 5 Jonin in Yu, while they only had 2. The Hidden Steam had allotted their own shinobi to supplement their numbers, bringing them up to a matching 5 Jonin along with an appropriate number of Chunin and Jinin. The Hidden Steam were heavily invested in liberating Yu because the 3 Jonin they were sending wasn't a number to scoff at for a small village like the Hidden Steam. It made sense from an economical standpoint. There were 3 cities including Yu that were captured by the enemy, and all of those cities fell in an area that produced a considerable amount of food for the country, and those captured cities allowed the enemy to have a chokehold on that region. "Obviously not," one of the Hidden Steam Jonin replied. "Those walls have protected the city for decades, and it would take millions to fix them if you blew 2 massive holes into them. You don't have to. I'm more than happy to do it on my own," said Jonin Toradesu of the Hidden Leaf. He was the only one sitting down, fanning himself leisurely. Before the Hidden Steam Jonin could say anything in response, or Toradesu could make things worse with a quip, Shirakumo snapped the chain of conversation. "We understand, which is why we're going to breach the city through the front gates, destroying the gates instead. Jonin Toradesu will lead and create that opening." "That much is fine," said the Hidden Steam Jonin while giving Toradesu a partially hidden displeased look. "With pleasure," said Toradesu with a simple smile to the Hidden Steam Jonin. The only reason there wasn't a bigger commotion was because of Toradesu's age. He was the most senior among them, and while age didn't connote ability and competency, an old man still being around in a young man's game meant that he had survived more than everyone else, and was something to be respected. Shirakumo moved the conversation along swiftly. We're going to push forth into the city aggressively. Our main priority is to drive the enemy out. I can't stress this enough, but we have to be fast and heavy-handed. There's no telling what the enemy might do when they realize that they're not going to win. They might burn the city down just so that there's nothing to recover. We want to put so much pressure that they have no time to do anything besides run away. He continued, our next focus will be to occupy and save key strategic points inside the city. There were points in the city map that were highlighted. The major streets, the city center, the grain stockpiles, the electric plant, the water treatment system. We want to occupy all of these essentials to ensure that after everything is over, the city is able to function normally. They had been planning the recapture before they had received the information from the team inside you. Each Chunin team was given specific assignments that had gone through modifications after receiving the updated information, so the level of preparation was on another level to the Gojiro Gold Mines operation. Please convey the information to your men. We cannot afford to make mistakes, said Shirakumo after a 40-minute-long discussion where he communicated everything with the Hidden Steam side. When the Hidden Steam side left the tent, he dismissed the Chunin, leaving himself alone with Toradesu. Why can't you be professional for once? He asked. There was no need to rile him up. You can learn a lot from how a man responds with annoyances and challenges to his authority, said Toradesu, smiling. So you do admit that you were being annoying? Shirakumo wanted to sigh deeply, but he had been working with Toradesu long enough to get used to his behavior. You recognized the tension between our two parties, so why were you fanning the flames? From the day they had met, Camp Banana's Hidden Leaf troops and the Hidden Steam had been at odds with each other. There was a muted strain between the two parties that hadn't been resolved. The Hidden Leaf considered the Hidden Steam shinobi too inferior because of the saying that the Great Five Villages produced shinobi at a level higher than the others, while the Hidden Steam side thought that the Hidden Leaf shinobi weren't as invested and serious about liberating and saving the citizens of Yu and were only doing it because they were being paid. A few fights disguised as spars had broken out in the time they had been together, and despite his best attempts, Shirakumo hadn't been able to resolve the tension. Toradesu had been of no help, and while the Hidden Steam Jonin tried to smoothen things out, they didn't seem to be as supportive as he had expected them to be. You're giving this too much importance. When the time comes, all of them will fall into line, said Toradesu as he stood up. There was a deep intelligence behind his eyes as he studied the map. All trivial matters crumble under the face of danger. Until then, this will serve as motivation. I can't make everyone on our side care about a foreign city and its people, so it's better to attack their egos and have them work hard to show that they're the best in the world. There's not enough time to have the Hidden Steam shinobi change their views and fix their inferiority complex. There you go again, Shirakumo sighed. So it's better to light a fire under them to prove that they're not second-rate. Toradesu looked up at Shirakumo and smiled, and once they fight together, face a common enemy together, shed blood together, all of this animosity will be replaced by mutual respect. So let the tension brew, stir the pot, I say. Shirakumo would never have motivated his troops that way, but he couldn't also stop Toradesu. Do you think Mitarashi's team caused some real damage since they handed in the report? Asked Toradesu as he stepped around Shirakumo to the other side of the table to get a better look of the map. Or do you think they went into hiding? The report was mostly intelligence about the enemy, but the precursor team had briefly included information about their intelligence source and knew that the enemy forces were looking for the shinobi the team had kidnapped. While they had made some waves in the city, the enemy forces were more or less intact. Given that they're under suspicion, I believe they won't have much choice than to stay hidden and safe, but knowing Chunin Mitarashi, I believe she'd try something. Shirakumo garnered a guess. If they kill their hostages and the surveillance team, they'd have done some damage. Jinin Takuma himself is not under surveillance, and I believe he's capable of taking out a few Jinin without putting himself in danger. As long as they can get rid of another Chunin or two, I'll say they did a great job. Back in Yu, Ebi had ordered everyone to adjust their plans and strategies to make up for the missing Jonin. He had officially sounded an emergency alert and communicated to all the other Jonin to prepare for an attack on the city. All the shinobi had started working hard to shed the haze of drugs and alcohol, burn the weight they had put on during their leisure time, and work themselves back into top shape. Of course, it was too late to start, but at least they were alert now, and that was all Abi could ask for. "We are going to strengthen the walls on the southern side in anticipation of the attack," Abi addressed the other Jonin in the war room, leaving the northern side minimally occupied. "My team has worked on a revised set of strategic locations and all teams are going to adjust accordingly. We are going to front-load the density toward the south." As Abi was explaining the adjustments, one of the hidden cloud Jonin interrupted quite rudely. "I've been meaning to ask, but why are you in charge?" Abi leaned against the table with his hand and hung his head for a moment before looking at the hidden cloud Jonin with almost unbridled anger. "I'm in charge because your sorry ass was having the time of your life while my men were getting kidnapped and killed. I'm in charge because I'm the reason why we're still exporting produce out of the city. If I wasn't in charge, this city would have been ruined long ago." Abi yelled with a vein popping on his forehead. "So shut the fuck up and do as you're told." "Or what? What are you going to do?" The hidden cloud Jonin bit back, ready to start a fight, but was immediately pulled aside by the other hidden cloud Jonin who noticed the tension in the room and how the frost and cloud shinobi were looking at each other. "All right. We'll follow your lead." "Please continue," said the other hidden cloud Jonin, understanding the severity of the situation if a fight broke out. Abi glared at the hidden cloud side for an extended moment before taking a deep breath to calm himself. "As I was saying, I want to front-load the troops in the city near the southern walls because in the very likely case that the enemy gets past the walls, I want to trap them between those manning the wall and the troops on the ground. That way, they won't penetrate too deeply into the city." There was a knock on the door that made everyone turn in. A sweating, nerve-struck hidden frost Jonin stepped into the room under the gaze of 4 Jonin and stood there in an uncomfortable rigid attention. "What is it?" asked Abi, doing his best to keep his voice welcoming enough. He was familiar with the Jonin and knew he wouldn't disturb an important meeting without reason. "Yes, sir, we received a report from our advanced scouts." The Jonin gulped. "There's an army advancing in our direction." While Abi was taken aback, the other Jonin looked reassured as they now knew they wouldn't be taken by surprise and could start preparing for a defense. Abi, who was deeply involved, knew something was wrong. Just 2 days ago, Khan had told him that he probably had a week until the city was attacked, which was already too limited. But Abi had read previous reports from the advanced scouts, so he knew their rough positions. "How long? How long until they're here?" he asked. The Jonin bowed his head as though what he was about to say was his fault. "A little under a day, sir." The reassurance the Jonin had felt immediately shattered as they realized that they had no time before they were going to defend against an attack. Less than a day remained until the main forces arrived at you. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 14. Peace.